I'd like to call to order the regular city council meeting, August 3rd, 2022, 6:08 p.m. Madam, roll call.
Mayor Ronnie Felder.
Here.
Chairperson Kashonda Miller Anderson.
Present.
Chair Pro Tem Shirley Lanier. Here. Councilperson Tradrick McCoy.
Here.
Councilperson Julia Botel.
Here.
Councilperson Douglas Lawson.
Here.
City Manager Jonathan Evans.
Present.
City Clerk Claudia Anthony is present. City Attorney Donna Nguyen.
Here.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right. We'll have the moment of silence followed by the Pledge of Allegiance led by Councilman McCoy.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic which is stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Do we have any additions, deletions, or substitutions?
None from staff, Madam Chair.
Okay. No. Disclosures by council.
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
we do have an item on the agenda tonight that talks about rental property. Even though I don't benefit in regards to the ordinance, I do own property in Riviera Beach, investment rental property.
Okay, and I would kind of fall in the same situation with 9A. Anyone else? Can we please keep the voices down out there by the, in the audience? All right, have a motion to adopt the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Madam Clerk?
Councilperson McCoy.
Yes.
Councilperson Botel.
Yes.
Councilperson Lawson.
Yes.
Pro Tem Lanier.
Yes.
Chair Miller Anderson.
Yes.
Motion approved.
Consent agenda, all matters listed under this item are considered to be routine and action will be taken by one motion. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless a councilperson so requests, in which event the item will be removed from the general order of business and considered in its normal sequence on the agenda. Do we have anyone that'd like to pull something from the consent agenda?
Move consent.
Do we have any public comment cards?
Madam Chair, members of the board, there are no public comment cards on the consent agenda. The acceptance of public comment cards on the consent agenda is now closed.
So moved.
All right.
Second.
Madam Clerk? Madam Clerk?
Okay, Madam Chair, Ms. Larson is stating that she put a public comment card in. Do you have a public comment card, Mark?
Who are we talking, who is this?
Ms. Larson said that she put in a public comment card for the consent agenda.
Who did you give it to? Okay, do we have any more comment cards that need to come up to the front? If so, please bring them up. Hers is for consent?
Yes, Madam Chair.
You can come on up, Ms. Larson. Good evening. Your mic not on? The microphone? No, it's still not working. Can we get this one from up here? Yes, I think it was working. When you, did you cut it on?
Test.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you, Walter. I'm going to again talk about the minutes. You're getting minutes tonight from June 15th. We are on August 3rd today. We're getting minutes from July 6th today. I've started to purge through these, and I see a couple things. With this company, I don't know why, the CRA got in 5 days. They were in our hands from the time she took the notes. I don't know why this takes so long. I want to know the excuse this time, because this is June 15th and July 6th. Here we go again. The what I noticed in the minutes when I'm looking through them, there were a lot of notes saying inaudible or ... And I'm like, there's a lot of stuff missing in there. And then when people were speaking, she didn't write out their name. She just wrote their last name and their first. Let's write out their first and last name of people speaking. I like to know who's speaking. Something she did good, though, she didn't like triple space it. She kind of condensed the type on it. And that's good because they charge by the page. Some of our other ones have been like 1.5 inches between sentences. So that was a good thing. But this getting it late, June 15th and July 6th, there is no excuse for that. And also, like I said, there were a lot of things in there that said inaudible or a lot of ... I'd like to know what those ... were. There was somebody was saying something, but it's not in the minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else, Ms. Anthony?
No, Madam Chair.
All right. You can go ahead with roll call.
Councilperson Botel?
Yes.
Councilperson Lawson?
Yes.
Councilperson McCoy?
Yes.
Pro Tem Lanier?
Yes.
Chair Millie Anderson?
Yes.
Motion approved.
Item number 6, awards and presentations.
Item 6A, Congresswoman Sheila Sherfilis McCormick, House Representative, 20th Congressional District. Madam Chair, members of the board, we do have public comment on this item. The acceptance of public comment cards on this item is now closed.
All right. Congresswoman Sherfilis McCormick, you can come on up to the podium. And if we could keep the presentation at least 10 minutes. I'm over here. You're ready.
All right. Good evening, everyone. It is such a pleasure to be here. In the 7 months that I've been in Congress, we have been hitting the ground running. That has really been what the sentiment has been for every member. And so it was important that we're here this week, since this week we're actually not in D.C. Most of the time, from Monday to Friday, I'm serving in D.C., ensuring that we're getting the things that we need. And so it's a pleasure to be here and actually demystify what's been going on and actually put to rest some misinformation campaigns that have been going on. So I want to start with our accountability tool, which was mailed out to residents in the district. I hope everybody received the accountability tool. And what this tool does, it lets you know what we've been doing in Congress. But more importantly, we go into the center page where it actually shows you how bills are passed. And so if you see this, if we had some, I know people received in the mail, it pretty much shows you what's being introduced, co-sponsored, passed in the House, passed in the Senate, then to the President, and then becomes law. The reason why it was important that we sent this accountability tool from our office was to make sure that all of our residents know how bills are passed, but more importantly for them to know what we're actively doing to make every day in Riviera Beach a better day. And so with this tool, we introduced several different types of legislation, but there's one legislation that I wanted to touch on. One of the biggest legislation we introduced was the People's Prosperity Plan, which actually introduces $1,000 payments for families who are making less than $75 per year. That was introduced, and it's also right now in Ways and Means, which is the budgeting committee. As we're waiting on that, each member had 15 projects, which they're allowed to submit, and so I'm proud to say that one of our 15 projects was actually to the Catholic Charities. Catholic Charities in fiscal year 2023 will be putting out will be receiving $3.2 million to help struggling families who are having difficulties with any kind of housing issues, difficulties with utilities, gas, or food. And that was a big win for our district, and I'm very excited about that. The second thing we've been working on, which has been a great issue for our entire district, has been housing. We spoke to several different people on the commission, the mayor, about how can we help the housing crisis in our district, especially in Riviera and in West Palm. I'm proud to say that we allocated $7.4 million to our housing initiatives, and we're working with each city and each county to ensure that they can pull down the funding. We've had private meetings with several people. I look forward to sitting down with you also, so we can talk about how we can pull that into our district. As your member of Congress, one of the things that I have been doing, I have been writing letters to ensure that anyone who's applying, your city, any nonprofits, any builders who are applying for any kind of HUD grants, that we write letters of support. In doing such, I was just appointed to Transportation and Infrastructure Committee by the House Speaker, Nancy Pelosi. In that capacity, she made sure that I was present as the $19 billion that are going to be coming into the state is being represented and we have someone pulling it down. With that being said, we made several calls into the district, also into the city, to find out what projects in which you have applied for, so we could not only write a letter of recommendation, but we took it a step further, where I had a meeting with the Secretary of Transportation, and we discussed what projects do we need to push forward. Now it's important that we talk about what pots we have access to. There are several different agencies in which we have access to solving our housing problem. One of those pots is the EPA. The second one is infrastructure, but we also have HUD. And that's why we had the Secretary of HUD actually come into our district to take a look at our affordable housing issues, to take a look at how we can actually transform our district in a manner that includes environmental sustainability. In addition to that, we just recently, 2 days ago, had the Vice President Kamala Harris come into our state, in which we both presented our new initiative, which is putting forth billions of dollars into our district to ensure that we have climate resiliency, the flooding that we experience every day, the water shortages, the water issues that we're experiencing every day. We have committed to putting funding, especially funding that will come into our district, into Riviera, to make sure that we no longer have to live in fear that we may be hit with a hurricane that will put us in a devastating position. I've been working extremely hard to make sure that our district is heard. One of the things that we've also done, which you've never seen done before, is that we have a mobile office. Our mobile office tours the entire district. We're in Riviera Beach every single week, and with that, we're meeting people's needs. In addition to that, we've also had town halls consistently. In our town halls, we have been prioritizing connecting our constituents, connecting nonprofits into ways on how they can actually achieve funding. That's allocation of funds, that's demystifying the actual application process, that is also connecting them with any possibilities that we have, which is community funding. And so there's so many more things that I don't know if you have any more questions, but I want to use my 10 minutes diligently. And I want to also point to the things that we've done that have helped us with inflation. Inflation has been one of the biggest problems that we've had in our entire country. We're seeing that we're being combated with housing combined also with inflation, and this has been making it very difficult for 50% of our district. 50% of our district is actually on a fixed income. 50% of our district can't afford to buy food. 50% of our district cannot afford to buy gas. And this is a situation that I inherited. After being in office for 6 months, we were able to bring down the unemployment rate to lowest rates that we haven't seen in 50 years. We were able to bring in funding to different projects in the district. And I can read you some of the projects that we're bringing funding for. We have workforce training programs that we put $500,000 into. We have $13 billion, which is going to be going towards securing housing initiatives. We also have $500,000 that's going to be going to firefighter assistance. We've put money in towards our mental health capabilities. So there's a myriad of things that we've been doing, and everything that we promised we have delivered. And anyone who tries to give you a misconception, anyone who tries to scrutinize and sell this false narrative that something happens overnight, that somehow the federal government has now worked overnight, should be ashamed of themselves. Because when we come to a place where we try to say that bills pass overnight, when we try to say that there is not a political process or a House process, it is a deterrence to voters and to constituents, because everyone needs to know the truth. And so I stand here today to tell you all the things we're doing, and that I definitely see the community that supported me when I ran. There's a community that actually welcomed me here, the community that we've served. And I take this duty and this job to serve this district very seriously. And that's why I come here. We stay here all the time when we're in the district. We stay right here in Riviera. We come back and forth, we eat here, we hang out. This is one of the communities that I love, that I call my second home, because I see myself in everyone here. As a mother, as a woman who I was raising my daughter by myself, as someone who was counted out, who they said I would never be here. I know the tribulations that we suffer trying to come up in a community that loves you without opportunity. So when I ran for Congress and when I got here, one of the things I promised was that no one would ever have to walk the path I did. And that's why I put forth community funding programs. That's why we put mental health at the top. That's why we fight to make sure that education is coming into the district. And that's why we're also fighting for safety. And so if there's any questions that you have for me, I would love to hear from it. And I also know that there was a little bit of hesitation with the member of Congress coming in today by Commissioner Lawson. So I don't know if you wanted to, if there were any questions you had about me coming to speak today, giving the legislative update, making sure that we're connecting our community to the opportunities.
Oh, thank you so much. And Madam Chair?
Let me just say this. So for this, when we put things on the agenda, especially when we have elected officials come, usually like State House Rep, the House Rep, as well as our Senator will come, and they'll give us an update. And so I want to make sure there is a very fine line between campaigning and updating. So I want to make sure we keep this as an update, not campaigning, not attacks, none of that. That's not what it's for. So as long as we're going to keep this as a update, I'm good with that.
So to that same point, Madam Chair, when we get an update, we normally have information, something in our backup, and that was the request, and it wasn't hesitation, because I would love to hear updates from our sitting Congresswoman, but I would just wanted some type of presentation so we could review in our public review prior to you coming in, because normally when we do get our updates from our state reps and our House reps and our Congresswoman or Congressman, we normally have some information as to what we're reviewing at the time. So I'm not sure how the message was passed to you, but there was no hesitation. Thank you so much for coming tonight. We definitely wanted to hear from you, but it was just to see what the actual information you were bringing tonight so we could be prepared.
Well, thank you so much for that, because we actually have the update. It's one that we mailed also, so we could have gave that to you. If that was communicated, we could have bought that presentation. I have one here if you wanted to see it. We can do that. And I don't know if there was any other questions about programs. Specifically, the City of Riviera Beach has applied for certain programs when it came to transportation, infrastructure, and housing. So I don't know if you have any questions, if you wanted to extend that time, because
Madam
as
Chair?
I'm here.
Hold on one
Yeah,
second. Hold on. What were you saying?
Oh, as I was saying, so I don't know if there's any questions that you have about your applications that went to federal agencies. Because as we're here-
If they do have questions, I would hope by now they have already reached out to you and not utilizing this time to just now decide to ask a question.
Okay.
So because we do have other things on the agenda, I do want to make sure we go ahead and move forward. And if there's any additional questions that, you know, if it's something, side questions that we need to have addressed, then we can do that individually.
Absolutely. I was saying, because during my agenda review, I requested for some information to be provided to us. So, Mr. Evans, I'm not sure, I know Ms. McBride led that meeting. Is there any information that was gathered for our backup, something that we can review?
Madam Chair and members of the board, I was not present for that agenda review session, so I'd have to defer to the deputy city manager. I know there wasn't anything per se that was requested for us to get related to our projects, but I know that our lobbyist has been working closely with the Congresswoman's office with regards to some of the items that we have submitted, as well as looking at items in the future as well. So I know there has been conversations with our lobbyist, because I've spoken to him on numerous occasions as it relates to our projects.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for coming out today, Congresswoman.
So,
We
Madam Chair,
appreciate you being here.
I'm
Yes.
going to ask a question,
You have
if
a
you don't
question?
mind. Yes.
Go ahead.
So, Congresswoman, the $7.4 million that you spoke of in housing initiatives that we can draw down, if you have some of those legislative update pamphlets, certainly leave them. But can you tell us how we draw down on it and what programs are available under those housing initiatives that you spoke of?
Sure, that's an excellent question. So we've been hosting town hall meetings with governmental entities, and we can host a special one for you also. We teach you the 3 ways how to do it. We can do it through the state, or we can circumvent directly to the department. We have the EPA who will be here in a few weeks, and they're going to be talking about the environmental protections funding that's available, which is very important for this district, because that's going to deal with the seawalls, with some of the buildings that you have coming up, some of the infrastructure for the roads that you guys need for any developmental projects. I spoke to some of the developers in our district because they contacted me, and one of the things they were concerned about is how they're going to find funding to actually build up the streets, the infrastructure, the seawall. So we are having the EPA come in to actually help you go through that process. But before that, you can join one of our town halls where we'll walk you through that process.
In environmental protection, that is going to be relative to the housing initiative?
Yes. So what we did, we identified several organizations and agencies that have funding to assist in building up housing. One was the HUD, and we had Marcia Fudge come into our district. She's the secretary of HUD. And when she came into our district, we identified the money, but we also identified $676 million that we diverted from the Department of Treasury so we can have extra funding for housing. The second source is the EPA, because the EPA has two departments that they developed. The first one is the Civil Rights Department, which deals with any industry that has to do pretty much with minorities who are trying to have healthier, environmental, protected living standards. The second department that directly touches us and concerns us also is economic justice. The reason why that touches us so much is because we know that there's a certain level of people who've been living in our district who haven't had the same environmental protections, which comes down to weatherizing your home, recreating your home. So that's why we looked at every single agency, and we were able to identify extra funding so we can pull into a basket, bring it into our district so we can maximize housing. And we can also do that. Have you received the calls and the meetings that we've had? Because we've had meetings where we called in cities to sit down with us so we can teach them about the process. We also have our economic development liaison who is here. She's our director, Ms. Charisma Adams, and we reach out and we teach people. The reason why we had this as a necessity is because initially when we had our projects, we had 4 groups that applied for community funding, 4. When we saw that 4, there's no way 4 people would be applying. So we intentionally held programs here. We had one in Riviera right here at J Ministries. And over there, we actually taught people how to apply. We taught businesses, we taught government officials how to apply. After we dumbed down the process, we reduced it from a huge application process down to a Google Doc. Once we brought it down to a Google Doc, we had over 400 applications. This is how we're moving forward in our district that has never been seen before. We're simplifying access to government funding. And the reason why we have the ability to do it is because I have a background not only in law, not only in business, but advocated for more than 15 years in Congress. And those relationships are imperative. And that's how we're able to bring the EPA right here into Riviera. That has never been done before. You have never had a member of the President's Cabinet come into our district. That's commitment. And so that's why it was important that we came today. So by the time we have the EPA here, we'll be able to press them on our issues, press them for our funding, press them and make sure they see us and they start funding us correctly.
All right, yes.
Thank you. Did have a question. Infrastructure has been our biggest struggle here in the city. We inherited a lack of addressing the infrastructure, our dilapidated buildings that we have all over our community. The water plant is our endeavor that we're taking on. We're looking to sign a contract in the very near future for that. Hopefully it'll be before us soon. How can we actually receive any of those additional infrastructure dollars for our water plant that we're looking to rebuild? Because that's a $125 million endeavor, and we desperately need some resources for that to help cover that cost so it doesn't burden our residents.
Well, we can even schedule a meeting, a private meeting with the actual, all the commissioners. We just had one in the Glades. And in the Glades, we outlined, they told me what their plan is, and then once we went through their plan, we actually identified all the funding sources. So we can help them not just apply for it, but we can recommend it. So if you have your projects, we can definitely do that. But, so this long sheet, which I wasn't going to bring up here because you guys told me I had 10 minutes.
Right.
This is everything that we...
Miss Congresswoman, this is the thing. We all have access to the Congresswoman, and as well as those, we have lobbyists up in D.C. So I do believe we need to move on because I don't want this to become a campaigning situation. I really don't.
Madam Chair?
So, Madam Chair, I just want to make a
Hold
comment.
on 1 minute. Hold on.
I think Bobby Power was here a month ago, and I think we gave him 30 minutes.
Well,
But let me,
Go ahead.
because a question is being asked by a commissioner, I don't think it's political. He's asking her a direct question. I think we should give her the time to answer that question.
and I agree with you on that. I do agree with you on it. But first of all, we didn't have a presentation, so we, it was a little different. I think they did have one, and we had that beforehand.
But, Madam Chair, we very seldom get people from Washington to come give us.
I totally understand where you're going with that.
And so
I
this-
agree with you, and I understand, and that is absolutely fine, but if we can kind of wrap up our questions, because we cannot spend an hour here on this, okay?
All right, Madam Chair, I wanted to make a comment. Campaigning goes under electioneering, which goes to promotion of voting, which goes to any kind of mention of actually bringing people to the polls or solicitation. In this instance, we're talking about regulations and laws and funding that is under the purview of being a member of Congress. What makes it more imperative is that the situation that our district is in, especially Riviera Beach. So when we understand the need right now and the amount of funding that's going into the United States, we do not want to have any opportunity to miss out. This funding that's coming into the United States hasn't been seen. This is the first time that we've ever had this amount. So it's imperative that we work together and make sure that money comes in here. And it's also imperative that everyone understands where the opportunities lie, because they don't just lie for the city, they lie for the residents, for the business owners. So I can leave this and also send, we do have a presentation, as I mentioned, but I can also leave all the legislation. On our website, we have all the information for the legislation, the funding points. And as I mentioned before, one of the reasons when we look back to see what's really going on in our district is that most of the people in the district, be it the cities, do not understand the opportunities that are available for them. So me being present today is imperative for the future of the district, because in the district right now, in Congress, there's one frontliner for you, and that's me. And I'm fighting every single day to bring every single member of the president's cabinet into our district, including the vice president. So with that being said, whatever it is, the funding sources that you need, I'm happy to ask if anybody has questions, because this information needs to get out for not just the board, not just Riviera, but also the constituents. This is an opportunity for us to have growth that we've never seen before. And we have people in places, we have sheets, we have people to assist that process. So thank you so much for allowing me to even bring this here. But at the end of the day, the residents elected me for this moment. The residents elected me to fight like hell and bring that money back. And how we bring it back is by having this conversation. How we bring it back is by me outlining how do you get it, making myself available, making the team available. We're here with 4 women, ready to answer your questions. We have iPads, ready to connect you, to teach you how to get that funding. So thank you so much, and if you have any more questions, we can answer them later. We'll also send you all of the legislation and the funding opportunities on our website. We have over 500 grants that have not been applied for.
Thank you so much. You're done? Are you done, or are you still?
Oh, I'm done if you have any questions.
Thank you so much. Anyone?
Madam Chair, I just
Go ahead.
wanted to make a comment. Congresswoman McCormick, I'm not sure how the
Sheriff McCormick, thank you.
I'm not sure how the message, I apologize, I'm not sure how the message was relayed over to you. My concern was based upon how we consistently serve on this dais with just some backup in our agenda or information as to what we're bringing. So that was the question. It wasn't hesitation about having you come here. So just to make sure we're clear, and that's on the record with you, that I'm thankful that you're here to give us these resources, and we'll continue to utilize the resources, and any additional sources for the residents, we're happy to use them.
Thank you so much. I'm happy we cleared it up, and we spoke before about
We have.
The procedures and what are needed, and so I've been having these conversations to make sure this is available. I just want to make sure if there's anything else that you needed or anyone, that we were actually here to serve, because that's what we do.
Thank you so much for coming. McCormick,
Sheriff McCormick. Go ahead. As long as you don't call me syphilis. I had somebody say syphilis McCormick. I said, oh, Lord.
Ms.
So,
McCormick,
yes.
we really appreciate your presence here today, and also we appreciate the fact that you were of help to us and assistance to us when we submitted some of our grant applications to the federal government. So we really appreciate that.
Thank you so much.
Thank you again for coming out and giving us this update.
Thank you so much for this opportunity.
You're welcome. All
Madam
right.
Chair, members of the board, we do have public comment on this
Okay.
item.
Go ahead.
Dale Holness.
Good evening, I'm Dale Holness.
Good evening.
So we hear about Catholic charities getting funds. It's not new. Catholic charities have been receiving federal funds since 2010. In fact, in 2012, they received $2.9 billion to assist. What I didn't hear is what was specifically slated for the city of Riviera Beach. The Section 8 Choice Voucher Program is something that I believe can be utilized more to build new units and to help people who are desperately in need of housing today. And when we look at the poverty rate here in Riviera Beach, we have to address that also with federal funding. Poverty rate for blacks in Riviera Beach is 23%. For whites, it's a little bit less. But there's serious issues that faces our community that we must do everything we can to help with. I know you have federal lobbyists that you work with. Most cities do. But what I'd also talk about is grant writer who understand the process, that can help through the process. I don't know whether you have one, but you should have one that probably specifically targets those federal dollars so that you can get assistance and not rely just on your staff who are not necessarily specialized in that area. It's something that I saw Karen Meek did when she was a member of Congress that I think was very, very helpful to many, many cities. Have them have grants writer in place. Now, we hear about the process for how bills are passed, and certainly they are. In our research, we found a bill, H.R. 770, that was introduced that only calls for $1,000 once. Not what people believe was going to happen. People were led to believe that they would get $1,000 for you. There was no emphasis on any process or anything else that needs to go. So here's how real that was to many of our low-income people who really desperately do need help. They went over to the clerks at the voting site and asked, how do I get the $1,000 I just voted for the person who promised me $1,000? The bill that's in place from our research doesn't say you get $1,000 per month if you make less than $75,000 a year. It says $1,000 once. Now, maybe we didn't read well, but the people are still asking, where's $1,000 at? Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the board, that concludes public comment on this item.
All right, item 6B.
Community Value Survey. Do we have public comment cards? We do have public comment cards on this item. The acceptance of public comment cards on this item is now closed.
You said we do or don't?
We do.
Okay.
Madam Chair and members of the board, this item before you this evening is the presentation of the Community Value Survey. Over the past couple of years, staff has initiated a Community Value Survey to get the sentiments and perspective from the community. Based on the conversation we had with the board last year, it was to look to have a scientific Community Value Survey that was statistically valid. As such, we have engaged a consultant to assist us with that, and that is Mr. Jason Morado, the Vice President and Director of Community Research for the ETC Institute, that will be making the presentation.
All right. Where are they?
He's virtual.
Okay.
Great, thank you. Can everyone hear me okay?
Walter?
You might as well skip him. That's not going to work.
Do we have more than one person? Can you go ahead and talk again, sir? We're going to try to see if we can figure this out.
Yeah, sure. Can you hear me any better now?
It's getting better. Let's just keep saying something. You can kind of start, I guess, and if we can't hear you, we'll let you know if you can't fix it.
Okay, sure. I'll get started, and yeah, absolutely. Let me know if you can't hear. Well, my name is Jason Morado with the ETC Institute. We are a market research firm that specializes in conducting community surveys for local governments. And this past spring, we conducted a community survey for the city of Riviera Beach. So today I'm going to walk through the key findings of the survey. The full report is very detailed and comprehensive. So today I'm going to focus on the results at a fairly high level. There are several reasons to conduct a survey like this. One is to get an objective assessment of how satisfied residents are with major city services, and also to compare your results with other communities across the country. And then we also, with the survey, are able to determine priorities for the community based on something we call the important satisfaction analysis, which I'll get into in more detail in just a little bit. So just a little background about the survey. The survey was 5 pages long. It's a fairly typical survey length. The survey was administered by a combination of mail and online to randomly select residents throughout the city. That's our standard methodology to conduct these community surveys. We received 300 completed surveys, which is what our goal was. We accomplished our goal. And the results of the 300 surveys at the 95% level of confidence has a margin of error plus or minus 5.5%. So essentially that means that if we conducted this survey the same way 100 times, 95 times the results would be plus or minus 5.5% from what we're reporting. So the results aren't perfect, but the margin of error is small. So we'll start off by looking at some general perceptions that residents have of the city. Here we ask residents why they choose to live in Riviera Beach. You can see by far the top reason was the beach. About 2/3 of respondents selected that. 45% said easy access as far as getting around town, access to the beach. We asked residents to rate their satisfaction with the perceptions of the community in a number of different ways. For this chart, the dark blue are residents who are very satisfied, light blue is satisfied, the gray is neutral, and neutral is a rating of a 3 on the 5-point scale. So we interpret neutral as meeting expectations. It's not a bad number, but not quite as positive as the numbers in blue. And then the pink and the red are those who are dissatisfied or very dissatisfied. If you look at this top row, 50% of respondents are either very satisfied or satisfied with the overall quality of services provided by the city. And that's compared to only 20% who are dissatisfied or very dissatisfied. We also asked residents how much they agree with various statements about the city. If you look at this top row, about 3/4 of respondents feel that Riviera Beach is an affordable community. A little over 60% say they're proud to say they enjoy working, living, and playing in the city. On this question, we asked residents how important it is for the city to emphasize each one of these areas. If you look at this top row, 80% of respondents say it's very important for the city to emphasize quick police and fire responses. The area that was the second most important was building an attractive community. Here we asked residents about various aspects of housing. If you look at the top row, nearly 90% of respondents agree that the city should add more single-family homes. If you look towards the bottom, there's really not nearly as much support for adding condominiums and more modular homes. This was the very first question on the survey. Here we're asking residents to rate major categories of city services. Again, the blue are the positive responses, the pink and red are negative, and the gray is neutral, which is kind of in the middle, the 3 on the 5-point scale. So for all these categories, there are more positive than negative responses. The highest rated areas are ensuring the community is prepared for emergencies and overall quality of police services, as well as parks and recreation programs and facilities. So now we'll look at comparisons to other communities. For these next few charts, the dark blue line are Riviera Beach residents who are either very satisfied or satisfied. The light blue are the satisfaction ratings for residents from all across the country. And this is based on a national survey that ETC Institute conducts on an annual basis. And then the gray bar are the satisfaction ratings for residents who live in the cities that have between a population of 30,000 and 100,000. And that's also based on our national survey that we conduct all over the country. So in this first chart's for major categories of city services. In most areas, your ratings are similar to other communities, pretty much on par. One area where your ratings are significantly higher are ensuring that the community is prepared for emergencies. Here are comparisons for perceptions of the city. You look at the top rows, satisfaction with the overall quality of city services. Your numbers are pretty much on par with the national average. Same goes for the value that residents receive for tax dollars and fees. 31% of your residents are satisfied, which might seem like a low number, but you can see the national average is 34%, so that's actually pretty typical. A couple of areas where your ratings are lower than both the regional, both similar sized cities and the national average are feeling of safety and then overall image of the city. You can see here towards the bottom of the chart. This question is specifically about police services. Your ratings are pretty much on par with other communities when it comes to how quickly police respond to emergencies, but your ratings are a little bit lower when it comes to the visibility of police in neighborhoods, as well as the visibility of police in commercial and retail areas, and then just overall efforts to prevent crime. And then here are the comparisons for maintenance. Your numbers are pretty similar to other communities when it comes to the condition of major streets and neighborhood streets, but behind in some other areas, such as the cleanliness of streets and other public areas, then the condition and appearance of downtown. So we'll move on to priorities for investment. I showed earlier that the very first question on the survey, we asked residents how satisfied they are with major categories of city services. As a follow-up question, we asked which of these services should receive the most emphasis from city leaders over the next 2 years. So the top 2 priorities by a pretty wide margin were the overall quality of police services and then maintenance of streets, sidewalks, and infrastructure. This is something we call the important satisfaction analysis. And this analysis is based on 2 different types of data. First, we ask residents how satisfied they are with services. And then as a follow-up question, we ask which of these services should receive the most emphasis from city leaders. So which are the most important? And the idea behind this is that those areas that have a combination of lower levels of satisfaction, but at the same time, high levels of importance, should be the highest overall priorities. Doesn't mean that you ignore the areas that are medium or lower priorities, but making improvements to the areas that are the highest priorities will impact the greatest number of residents. So this first chart is for major categories of city services. The top 2 priorities by a pretty wide margin are streets, sidewalks, and infrastructure, and then police services. Other areas that are more of a high priority, but not quite as high as those top 2, were code enforcement, community preparedness, traffic flow, and then communication in the city. Here are the important satisfaction ratings specifically for police services. The top priorities were efforts to prevent crime, and then the visibility of police in neighborhoods. The overall quality of local police protection just missed falling into that very high priority category. And then for parks and recreation, the top overall priorities were maintaining parks and facilities, the quality of facilities such as picnic shelters, playgrounds, and then the number and the quality of walking and biking trails. And then for maintenance, there are 6 areas that really kind of stood out as the highest priorities. Those are the condition and appearance of downtown, the appearance of the US 1 commercial corridor, cleanliness of streets and other public areas, condition of neighborhood streets, street lighting, then the condition of major city streets. And then we also asked residents which of these areas are the most important for the city to focus on to improve over the next 3 to 5 years. And you can see by a pretty wide margin, the top priority was infrastructure. 2/3 of respondents say that's very important, and over 90% rating infrastructure is either very important or important to focus on over the next 3 to 5 years. Other high priorities were job creation, redevelopment, and community aesthetics. So we had some questions related to communication. We asked residents what sources they use to get information about city programs, services, and events. And there are 3 that really stand out: TV news outlets, mailers, and then the city's website. As a follow-up question to that, we asked which sources of information do you most prefer to use to get information? So the top sources where residents prefer to get information are mailers and your website, for the top 2 choices, with the TV news outlet being 3rd, city newsletter 4th. So we've got a few additional findings to take a look at. We asked residents how much they agree that these different items should be included in the city's strategic plan. Most residents agree with all 5 of these being included in the city's strategic plan. So that includes high quality government stewardship and accountability, ensuring operation excellence, building great neighborhoods, building a prosperous, resilient, and sustainable economy, and then high quality community engagement and empowerment.
Madam Chair.
For each of those, at least 2/3 of residents said they
Chair.
strongly agree that those should be included.
It was coming from down there. Go ahead.
Sorry.
Hold on 1 minute, sir.
The presentation that the board's able to see on the TV up front is not consistent with what the viewing audience in the room is seeing. They weren't able to get into the communication pieces, so I don't know if there was something that occurred in the back of the room, but nonetheless, this slide is on question 18 where we've gone through some of the other questions. So I just wanted to make sure that we correct the slide for those that are in the room in attendance. Specific on the communication section, they weren't ever provided the slide.
Okay. You can continue.
Okay, great. And here we ask residents if they know that the average property tax bill for a single-family residence is $1,685, and only $643 are remitted back to the city. Only 23% residents were aware of that. And of those 23%, we then asked, do you think that $643 of your entire property tax bill is enough for the city to fund local government operations? 30% say that's more than enough. Another 30% say that's about the right amount, that's enough. And then 40% say that's not enough. And again, keep in mind, these numbers are based just on those 23% of respondents who were aware of this. We asked residents if they would agree to pay higher user fees to support the city's recreation department. 43% said yes, 57% no. Then we asked if the city is business friendly. 23% yes, 19% no. The majority of respondents, 58%, said it could improve. So somewhere between a hard yes or a no. And that is everything that I had for today. If anyone has any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
All right. We'll go to public comment, and then we'll come back to the board.
Bessie Brown, Margaret Shepherd.
Good evening, Bessie Brown.
Good evening.
This survey was something that the CRA had done quite a few years ago to actually put the city in the CRA. That was the original, that was the same survey that was mailed out. Now, I'm just trying to find out, are we using that survey to put the rest of the city in the CRA? And sometimes when you do these things, what are you going to recommend? What is being recommended? We have no access to all of that information that was put up there. I'd like a copy of that information. I'd like to know what you're going to do with it.
Thank you.
Margaret Shepherd.
Margaret Shepherd, Riviera Beach. As Ms.
Good
Bessie
evening.
Brown has said, I've seen a lot of these charrettes that basically talked about the same thing. And I was kind of confused because I got one survey, and within the next 30 or 40 days, I got another survey. And I'm kind of confused if it's the same thing, or are you expanding, or please explain to us just what are you doing? But it's been the same thing. We have never changed. We have just different people up there. But the message, Mr. Evans, have always been the same. Nothing's changed. So I hear you all talking, you're spreading it out, and I don't know whether you all are confused or whether we're confused, but it's the same message we've been getting now for about 10 or 12 years. And I don't understand why we continue to not kind of level down and make the residents, because right now, the seniors are really confused with this reimagine, with this survey. I was over there trying to help them. If they're confused, I'm definitely confused. And I try not to get confused. I try to give them the information I think that is palatable to them. but even they were kind of confused with the surveys. They began to tell me, Ms. Shepherd, this is the same thing, different wording, and we're back again on nothing, absolutely nothing. So maybe you all can kind of help us along. I know I'm getting up there in age, not quite sure what the survey is really going to tell. And I know that modern science has now, the technology has changed, but some of it is the very same thing. So I would ask you all to please try to levy it out, because the seniors are watching. I sit there, how can I tell them when I really don't know? The same warmed over soup. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the board, that concludes public comments on this item.
All right, questions or comments from the board?
Madam Chair, very briefly,
Go ahead.
we as a city, to my knowledge, have never done a community value survey. This was something that started about 3 years ago when we started surveying the community to get community sentiments and remarks as it relates to priorities in order to provide that to the board as a tool for the purposes of the municipal budgeting process. So pursuant to the conversation and the directive we got from this board to do it in a scientific fashion, we worked with our consultants to effectively do that. The survey that was referenced was probably the Parks and Recreation Master Plan survey, where some residents did receive that information, and it is very common in local government that you do survey the residents and the businesses in the community to get their thoughts and perspectives prior to the issuance or the investments in major capital initiatives or major social programs and the like. And so this was something that has been in place for us for about 3 years. It has no information or no bearing with regards to the CRA or inclusion of any additional property in the city in the CRA. That is not even a question that is on the particular survey. All that information is available online. You could receive the PowerPoint as well as the copy of the survey questions, and then Jason may be able to provide some more specificity on how the random process was with regards to selecting the addresses that were a part of the survey.
Thank you. Questions or comments from the board? Yeah, I do, this survey, you were absolutely correct, Mr. Evans. This is something that started just not too long ago. We have never done this before, and if it has been done, it was way before my time. But, we want to give the community a voice. We want to give them an opportunity to share what their feelings are, and this is how you do it, by giving them a survey to be able to express what their thoughts are. So I encourage this, and, not everybody is able to make it here to the meetings to speak at the podium, so this is a means in order to be able to find out what the community thinks about the city or the things that's going on. Some people send us emails, some of them call us, some don't want to do those types of things, and so, provide a survey is a norm in most places where you want to get feedback. So I appreciate the information. And do we have any other questions or comments?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I have one question.
Go ahead.
With 300 people completed surveys with nearly 30,000 people, residents, do we have any answers to that low amount of people?
Yes, Madam Chair. I would have to defer to the consultants that picked the sample size to make sure that the survey was in keeping with what industry standards and what it could be categorized as a scientific survey. So, Jason, if you want to speak to the sample size and the rationale behind that.
Yeah, absolutely. 300 surveys is a very common sample size for a city of your size of about 30,000 residents. We could conduct more surveys, and it slightly improves the margin of error, but then the cost gets significantly more. So, for example, we did 300 surveys, margin of error is 5.5%. Let's say we could do 1,000 surveys. In that case, the margin of error is just a little over 3%. So you make the data only slightly more accurate, but you significantly increase the cost. So it's very common to have a sample of 300 surveys for a city of this size, 400 surveys if the city's a little bit bigger. So that gives you accurate data within a small margin of error. And a key to that also is that households are selected at random, which they were, and that the demographics generally reflect the actual population of the city.
All right? That's it?
No.
All right, thank you so much. We appreciate the presentation.
Okay, thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, item 6C.
Discussion on June 25th, 2022 budget workshop.
I just want to say again, those of you in the audience, when you're speaking, we can hear it up here on the dais, and it's difficult for us to hear. So please, if you need to have a conversation, please step outside so that we're not able to hear your conversation.
Madam Chair, members of the board, we do have public comment cards on this item. The acceptance of public comment cards on this item is now closed.
All right. Mr. Evans?
Madam Chair and members of the board, at this particular time, I'm going to ask the Director of Finance and Administrative Services, Mr. Randy Sherman, to come in and provide a presentation. We did have a conversation with the board about the budget and budget priorities and some of the items that are before you. And so we did some additional research, and we have some of the findings associated with that research. And so we wanted to get some clear direction from the board as to how you would like to proceed, and then staff will obviously go back and put the necessary finishing touches on the budget document pursuant to the direction that's provided. Mr. Sherman?
Yes, good evening, everyone. Again, Randy Sherman, Director of Finance and Administrative Services. To follow up on the manager's comments, we did hold the budget workshop on Saturday, June 25th. I think we were all there with 4 or 5 hours, covered a lot of territory. But as you know, at a budget workshop, you cannot take any official action. So what we'd like to do, again, as the manager said, we have done some research on certain items, and what we're looking for is to get some direction from the board on whether you want us to proceed down the road that we're going and bring the items back, or if it's something that you either don't want us to do or you want us to possibly delay it. So the items... All right, so we don't necessarily need a slide. So the items are going to go over time. I just want to, again, give you a little recap on the general fund revenues and why we're talking about increasing some of our other revenue sources. We're going to talk about the millage rate that was in the tentative budget that the city manager provided to you last week. We'll talk about the, here we go. All right, there we go. Talk about the additional exemption that is available for our citizens 65 years and older. Talk about the fire service assessment program, the impact of the proposed fees that we're talking about. Talk about transferring some of the fees from a regular billing cycle on the utility bill and moving some of them over to the property tax bill. And then fire inspection fees, fire false alarms, and then the extra duty rates. Again, we're not voting on anything tonight. It's just giving the staff direction on what to bring back to the council at a later time. So again, hopefully you can read this slide. The real purpose of putting this slide up again, and we talked about this on the 25th, if you look under the 2020 column, you can see that property taxes are about 58% of the budget. If you look at the 2023, we're closer to 62%. So we're starting again to get our revenues out of alignment. We're a victim of our own success. 10 years ago, our assessed value was $3.2 billion. Today, we're at $7 billion of assessed value. So again, what's happening is your property taxes are becoming a larger and larger portion of your budget. And part of what we're talking about is protecting the city financially from either an economic downturn, again, in the housing market, or again, some, possibly natural disaster, whatever, that takes out your property values. As I mentioned, top line up there, we have crossed the $7 billion mark in our tax value. This year we had about $76.5 million of new construction within the city. Going down to the bottom section, current millage rate, we are at 8.452. That's the millage rate that you pass as the maximum millage rate for fiscal year 23. As you can see in that column, that would raise $56.8 million. 49.7 goes to the city, 7.1 goes to the CRA, and then we put $850,000 in our major disaster fund. What is in the budget that was submitted to you last week is actually a reduction in the millage rate with a proposed millage rate of 8.35. Again, we want to try to lower the reliance on property tax a little, and this is not as much as I think anybody probably would like, but until we can get that balance, we're still trying to get a balanced budget and provide the services. So the 8.35, as you can see in the right-hand column, that's a property tax reduction of $685,000. About $600,000 of that is city reduction. CRA's revenues would drop about $86,000, and then $10,000 less goes into the major disaster fund. First item, though, that we want to, again, try to get some direction from, and I think you probably, Madam Chair, you're going to want to wait to the end, hear the public comments, and then we'll come back. So I will go through all these items, and then we can return for questions and comments. We have been in touch with the county. We have a model resolution to bring back, an ordinance to bring back on this item. The county gave us a count of about 228 properties that they think today would qualify. Obviously, that number, could go up or down. Estimated cost about $170,000. But again, it's an ordinance. We'd have to bring it back. And this would not impact fiscal 2023. We've already missed that window. This would go to fiscal 24. So that is the exemption. Again, the county's been very helpful, and they'll assist us through this process. Second item I want to talk about, again, is the fire assessment fees. As you know, we had the consultant in. They have made several presentations on this program. This is what we have talked about to fund the fire station construction program that we have going on. So as you know, Station 88, Blue Heron, and Congress is well underway and probably 6-8 months out maybe before be cutting some ribbons there. But we're also have 87 has started, and we've talked about 86, and 89 out on Military Trail also needs some assistance. So again, what we have talked about here, they go out, they've done that whole analysis, they've come back and they said, you could actually, full cost, charge about $520 per residential unit if you wanted to do that. What staff is recommending here is we actually drop to that middle column. It's slightly shaded there, the 25% column, which would set the single-family residential rate at $132. This is a lengthy, detailed process to go through. It requires ordinances, it requires resolutions, it requires public hearings. If we look at the schedule up here, even if we started this month, we would not be finished until November. This is a long, process. And again, you get, the public comments, public hearings. So again, this is a program that we're trying to get some direction from, again, if we want to move forward. This would impact fiscal 2023. 2023, we would do a direct mailing, and then going forward, this would actually be reflected on the property tax bills. The stormwater fees, and the stormwater is not supported by property taxes. It is only supported by the fees. The last time we had a fee increase was in 2015. What's happened over the last 7 years is now the operating costs of the stormwater have gotten to the level that there's very few dollars in the budget every year for capital improvements. There isn't enough money there to do pay-as-you-go capital, and then there's no longer sufficient funds there to do any type of borrowing if we wanted to do a major project. What we're looking at here, and again, we can, this certainly comes back if that's the council's desire, $2 monthly increase to cover operational costs, and a $2 monthly increase in support of road projects or capital projects. Some of that would be pay-as-you-go, some of that.
Mr. Sherman,
Are you gonna wait till the end to do questions?
I was going to let him do his presentation and then have the public comment and then come back to us.
Okay.
So if you all can jot down your questions. Go ahead.
Yeah, and we've estimated about $2 increase would be necessary to support the road projects that we would like to return to. We haven't done road projects in several years. What I wanted to point out, this is some of the impacts of the rates and changes that we're looking at. So the fire, these are monthly costs. We broke this down to monthly costs. The fire assessment fee in residential property, turns out it's about $11 per month increase. We do have, we're kind of classified as 4 categories of residential customers. The first column is the owner. Obviously, the owner is responsible for that bill. They'd be responsible for the $11. We have rental, where the owner pays the bill. Again, the owner would be responsible for the $11. And then when you get over to the rental, where the tenant is actually the customer, in this case, the tenant would not be responsible for the $11. It still goes to the owner. So with the fire assessment fee, it goes to the property and the owner of the property. The solid waste collection, which is currently under bid, and won't get too much detail of that. It's not part of tonight's presentation. But again, the same thing. The owner pays, and then when you get to the far right, that actually would fall out onto the tenant. The stormwater, I put up the $4 there, similar to the solid waste. Again, if you're the owner, it's obviously going to fall on you. And then if you're the tenant and you pay all the utility bills, it goes to there. The water and sewer, that $15 I have up there is an estimate. As you know, we currently have a rate consultant going through the process to determine what the water and sewer rates need to be to support not only operations, the ECR, which is your sewer component, but also the construction of the new water treatment plant. I will also tell you at this time, we are currently under a rating review by Fitch Ratings. Fitch looked at the numbers. I don't have the final results of their analysis yet, but they've estimated that we probably need $17. That was what their estimate was. But again, we're in that same ballpark, and we'll wait for that report to come back. Fourth line up from the bottom, the millage rate reduction, the fact that we've gone from 8.452 to 8.35. Doesn't look like a lot, but that's $1 per every $100,000 of taxable value that you have. Because again, this is only on the city portion. It's not on the county portion. It's not on the school portion. This is only on the city portion. So the total impact of the rates that we're looking at, it's about $31 per month. But then, below, if we go below the line and we look at the additional exemption that we're looking at, that would actually save $35 a month. So again, looking at the senior population, they actually, this is almost it's a little bit more than a break even for those property owners. We also, at that budget meeting, very briefly brushed on the fact of possibly transferring some of our fees from the utility bills over to the property tax bills. The fire, and the reason we had that discussion is the fire assessment will end up on the property tax bill, and then that leads you to, well, are there other things we can put on the property tax bill? So again, this schedule here just kind of, it shifts, and as you can see, when the owner's responsible, it's no impact. Either pay it on my utility bill or I pay it on my tax bill, I'm paying the same dollar amount. It's really when you start getting into the rental properties, who's responsible now versus who'll be responsible tomorrow. So as you can see, some of those benefit the tenant, they go over to the rental property owner. These items here, we have to work with the county on these. We have to have contracts with both the property appraiser and the tax collector. Again, we have all those agreements. We can bring those agreements back if this is something that the council is interested in doing or discussing in more depth. What I did want to point out is by moving fees over to the property tax bill, because we didn't go into this detail on the 25th, you end up with 100% collection. Versus now, we typically see 6 to 7% bad debt. So for example, even though the utility district's budget is $29 million, we actually bill out about $31 million because we've built in the fact that we know we're not going to collect this 6 or 7%. So once you go to the 100%, then we could bill out a lower amount and actually has a positive effect to helping reduce the bills. There are other reduction costs. Again, if I collect it through the property taxes, that means it's not going through our banks. We're not paying banking fees on it. We're not paying credit card fees on some of it. So there's some savings there. The bigger one, I think, is the fourth item up there. If you put certain portion, if you put the standby fees from the utility bill, and then you put the trash bill on, and you put the stormwater bill, what it does is it lowers your monthly bill. So when we send you a bill and it's now $12, or we send you a bill and it's $15, we're hoping that there'll be less insufficient fund checks and less turn on and turn off requirements, because that monthly burden has become far lower.
This is getting really intense, what he's saying, and I would hate to wait till the end to ask these questions just to get a clarifying note. And I don't think I've heard this come up before, and I don't want to wait 25 minutes, and then we got public comments that's going to happen at 7:30. So I really want to make sure I'm understanding what Mr. Sherman is stating. Can I just be granted this latitude? Mr. Sherman, are you suggesting that we transfer standby and stormwater over to property tax bills?
Yeah, okay, so over here, what we did is we looked at the fire assessment fee. We know it's going to go on the tax bill. The other bills, the solid waste collection, same amount every month. The stormwater bill, same amount every month. The standby fee, same amount every month. We could take those off the utility bill and put them over on the property tax bill. So if your stormwater fee is $10 per month, you would see on your property tax bill $120. And we would collect.
Well, we know it's not $10 a month. It's more like at least $35 a month.
Well, stormwater right now is $9.
Oh, I meant for standby.
Yeah, but that's the concept, is you pull them off of this bill, put them on that bill, and then your monthly bill on the other side would be far lower, and hopefully we would have fewer defaults.
So that begs the question, what happens to these liens that are accruing on properties that's currently being assessed against properties for utility bills?
Well, we could either transfer them over to the property tax bill, or we could just leave them where they are and then collect them that way. Because again, I'm still doing a billing. There would still be a bill because you have that usage. So when you use your 4,000 gallons and it's $2 a gallon, we would send that bill out, send out the wastewater bill. Those bills would still go out. So you still would have an active utility account where you would still have some of those old liens, or we could again try to move them over to the tax bill. And I know that on the 25th, we didn't get into this very much. We kind of brushed over
We
it.
didn't get into it at all, Mr. Sherman. This is the first I've ever heard. Wait, let me clarify. We didn't get into transferring. I know there was a proposal on increasing, but transferring it to the actual tax bill has a lot of implications. And I just want to make sure that I want to make sure I was hearing this correctly, because, you know, essentially members, and I apologize, Chair, for stopping the presentation, but this is going to now change everything about when someone gets their tax bill. And, you know, it's just like the water bill. Folks just see that they got a $3,000 tax bill. They don't really look down and see how it's itemized, but essentially, you know, I don't know that one is better than the other, but it just has some far-reaching implications. But what I will like to see is we come up with some sort of strategy, because there is not a shortage of individuals that call in and say, I inherited this property. There's tax liens because of their utility liens because of standby charges.
Right.
So this would essentially get rid of that. That's why I wanted to make sure I heard you correctly, Mr. Sherman. So,
Yeah. And again, you know, if you want us to come back, I mean, if this is something that's, we far more in-depth presentation than, you know, than we can.
Madam Chair, if you do recall, we did get into the concept towards the end of the budget workshop. That's how we got to this particular point, because the board did direct staff. There seems like there is movement, and I just want to be able to see it conceptually on what the bill would be for the different categories. So we did mention it at the budget workshop. This is the research that staff has done to bring this forward. Now, one of the things I think we would all agree, invariably we get the calls about people's utility bill, and they're saying that the utility bill is going up, but there's a whole bunch of other fees that are associated with that. And so the thought behind that is, if we can effectively look to move that tax bill, you would conceivably reduce the monthly bill that persons would receive. Now, that same amount of monies, or the different monies, would be on the tax bill, which you get some statutory discounts if you pay it in November or what have you, and some of it can be written off as well. And so that's how we got to this particular point, based on this board's desire to see it in a different format based on the conversations that we had at the budget workshop.
Yes, we did.
okay, I apologize. I left early out of that meeting.
We know, yeah. I'm just saying.
Okay, and then I only have a couple more here, and then we can take comment. And if you remember, Chief Curd came in, he talked about fire fees. He ran through a couple of slides, did some research on the occupancy type, inspection type fees. So again, you look in the right-hand column, those are the increases he was looking to bring forward. And then he was also looking, right here, he was also looking to increase the false fire alarm fees. Again, it's been a long time since either one of those have been increased. Again, this is resolutions, and again, doing more in-depth research on the numbers. But again, Chief had brought forth these two. And then finally, the police extra detailed duty rates. The police chief, interim police chief, came in and talked about the fact that they're having difficulty getting officers to take the extra duty because of the rate structure that we have. So they were looking to raise our rates closer to those of West Palm Beach. So that's the list. Again, we're here to figure out, you know, which direction you would like us to go to bring back in more depth and detail and discussion for potential action. So I'll step back and we can cut public comments. Yeah.
All right, thank you so much. Madam Clerk.
Bessie Brown, J.B. Dixon.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm concerned about the presentation because I don't have anything to look at. Now, we need to make sure that when you all come up here and you give presentations on these type of things that affects the citizens, we should have a backup item to follow. And Mr. Sherman said, I'd like to know how much is the turnoffs and turn-ons you're collecting that could actually, you know, how are you applying that? Where is that going? Because why are we being charged $2 amounts for turn-on and turn-offs? I'd really like to know. And my concern is that I don't know how we can take the water and sewer and put on the tax property bill. I'm concerned about that. I'm not sure on how that's going to work. But basically, I'd like a copy of the backup so I can see the stuff.
Oh, thank you. It is online. If you need a printed copy, I'm sure we could get that for you.
J.B. Dixon.
J.B. Dixon, Singer Island and Riviera Beach. My concern about the budget is definitely in the reduction of the millage rate. It seems incredible to me that with the increase in the assessments of our existing properties, plus all of the new properties that have been built and are now paying additional taxes, that we would have such a minute reduction in the millage rate. I think that our residents deserve to have that. Mr. Sherman said, you know, that we were trying to balance and find other revenues. I would suggest that that the city look at doing just what all of us families do. There isn't just a need to raise more money, but perhaps to reduce expenses, to reduce and eliminate waste. So I think that you could look at that in the budget process too, and give citizens a break on their tax, on the millage, which will affect their tax bill. Because you do not want to create a thing where you tax people out of your community. We're already concerned that people are trying to buy up properties, and we may lose residents that way. I think we can also lose them if we tax them out of our communities. So I think that the council should perhaps not follow staff's suggestion in that reduction of the millage rate and make that reduction a heftier one. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the board, that concludes public comments on this item.
All right. Questions from the board?
So, Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
Mr. Sherman, can you just re-clarify, this budget that was sent to us last week is, I guess that's profit off of the 8.3?
8.35, correct.
Okay. I have some others, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
So, the rate consultant for water, is that going to be the same for, are we required to have a rate consultant and do a study for stormwater as well?
We are not. We are not. The stormwater, it's a far simpler calculation. It's based on, you know, again, all residents pay the same amount. With the water and sewer, you have different meter sizes. You have, you know, you try to deal with rates to, you know, again, you're capping your sewer rates. There's a difference between the fixed cost, which is the standby, and the variable rate. It's just far more complicated type, you know, calculation.
Okay, and, you know, you don't have this up there, but I think I was able to do from $15 per every $1,000 of water to $17 for every $1,000 of water. That's about a 29% increase?
No, it's not per thousand.
What did I say?
That's on a month.
Per 1,000 gallons?
No. No, okay, so your fix right now is about $17, that's your standby. And then per thousand, it's about $2. It's a little over $2 for every thousand for residential. So if your average person is using 6,000 gallons, okay, so they're paying 6 times the 2 plus the $17. On the sewer side, they're doing the same thing. They're paying 17, 6 times the 2, and that's giving you your total bill. So in answer, I think you're trying to get to a percentage. Yeah, it's about 25% out of the chute for year one.
So that's true for water and also stormwater?
Water and sewer, correct. It would be,
So we're looking at about a 25% for each one?
yeah, the debt service on $120 million for a water treatment plant is going to be $7 or $8 million per year. So that's what they're trying to.
That's where I was going. So I wanted to find out, how do we factor in, and then why does stormwater have anything to do with the water treatment facility? It shouldn't.
Not the water treatment facility. Where the stormwater comes in is when we start going into the roads. So when we go into a road and we're going to do a reconstruction, what you want to do is, while that road is open, okay, you want to deal with stormwater, and you want to deal with anything below ground for the utility. You don't want to have to then rip it up 3 years later and come back because you have a sewer line break or something. So it's not that every road needs the same dollars from stormwater or the same dollars from the utility, because maybe you could just line it, or maybe the stormwater is, doesn't need to be replaced at that point. But if you're going to go into a road project, you want to have money for the above ground, between the curbs, right? Lights, sidewalks, all that. Then you want to have money for the stormwater, and then you want to have money for the utility, the below ground utility.
Follow up. Did I miss the slide on BTRs? Because I know we talked about that in the...
No, again, BTR, we've missed the window for BTR for this year, so that's not where we are at this point. We're just trying to focus on those items that we can bring forward now.
Okay, so we got a fire assessment, we got fire inspection, we got stormwater, we got water, we have a millage, and that, I believe, is the only one that is not set to increase. So every fee that you've proffered, except for millage, is increasing.
Yeah, the millage rate went down. The exemption, obviously, causes the revenues to go down. Everything else would be an increase, correct?
I think I have to kind of, Madam Chair, just kind of agree, and I think this has been my position, at least since we've been here, that no one likes to do a tax increase. And I voted against the budget every year for that same reason. But more importantly, I think we have to really do a lot and sharpen our pencils when it comes to our expenditures, because there is nothing that's remaining constant in this economy. Everything is going up. In fact, I think this is probably a little more germane, but the next item we take on our agenda relative to notification is a cost that most investors and property owners are going to have to absorb when we have municipalities inserting ourselves into landlord-tenant matters. But, even today, I've seen where citizens notice hundreds of thousands of residents that they had increases in their property insurance. Not just that, if at all they're being covered. So, this is becoming a serious deal that, it may not seem like a lot, but 25% on water, 25% on stormwater, fire assessments at a rate of $130 for every unit. And if you have a quadplex that has 4 units, you're going to pay that times 4. I mean, everything is becoming costly, and I don't know that we can necessarily, and I think it was said very clearly that you can find yourself where you tax folks out of being able to live here, but more importantly, we have to really be aggressive. And I don't know if we've done it, in my opinion, enough to curb some of the spending that we have, but some things that we can't negotiate with, and that is public safety, including police, fire, and water, and obviously stormwater. But on some of these other things that I don't believe is essential for operations and government operations, we certainly have to figure out where we can, for lack of better words, trim the fat, if you will. So that's what I have, Madam Chair, and I don't know how I can support this. It's almost like a, hold your nose and vote type thing, especially with rate increases across every single fee almost at the city. At least over 60% of the fees that we levy as an organization is being proposed to increase. That's all I have, Madam Chair.
Well, I certainly understand where you're coming from. I know that during that budget meeting, we asked for them to, bring this stuff back to us, just so we can see how all of it played in together so that we can do what we're doing up here tonight. Kind of giving them some direction as to which one we want to see move forward or which ones we want to leave for another time. So anyone else have any questions or comments? They are looking for direction.
Madam Chair?
Go ahead.
Also, one of the things that we can do, we can sit down with departments and the finance team and get into more of some of the operational needs of the departments and some of the budgetary line items, and bring, a list of corresponding reductions that would effectively generate the offsetting revenue to pay for the additional services that are necessary in order to balance out where we need to be. Because the challenge that we have is really, if we don't bring additional revenue to the table specifically to the fire stations, we only have monies to build the 2 fire stations we have now. If we don't bring additional resources to the table, there will be no monies to assist in facilitating the other 2 fire stations that we have to build, as well as, we're looking at a solicitation for City Hall, but we're going to have to bring some capital to the table for that, and then the police department and the utility district. So invariably, if we're not able to bring additional capital to the table to facilitate some of these large-scale capital projects, we won't be able to move forward. And I think that was the challenge that your predecessors had with regards.
Hold on, Mr. Evans. Mr. Walter, there's a mic that has a lot of static.
Right here, but you don't know where to find it.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Ms. Evans? Oh, it was him.
All right. Madam Chair, I think that's the challenge that your predecessors had, is that invariably there were major projects that were deferred and delayed, and as a result of that, we're seeing substantial cost. We're seeing projects that in 2017 were $2 million become $8 million projects. We're seeing the cost for the water treatment plant go up at least $1.5 million since the solicitation was released. So if there's a situation whereby we delay some of these capital projects and don't bring additional revenue or make the corresponding cuts, we won't be able to afford to build these facilities, and then there's other conversations that have to occur. So we as staff, we will go back and we'll sharpen our pencil. We'll come back with all these items, but we will also have the departments, they had to make the corresponding reductions. What are some reductions that they would have to make to help facilitate balancing out the budget? I think Mr. Sherman showed you that on one of the slides that we're becoming more reliant on ad valorem or property tax revenue. And the county, they derive probably 75 to 80% of their revenues from ad valorem revenue. So when the economy is good in the housing market, obviously there's additional revenues. But when there's a situation where it goes down, you have a significant
It is definitely you. So, well,
Mic check.
Okay. I do believe that if we continue to become more reliant, as the pie graph showed, then we have a situation where it's going to put us in a very precarious situation. So obviously, diversification of our revenue streams is important. And you can see that we're starting to trend where we become more reliant on that ad valorem revenue. So as we look at this, certainly we'll sharpen our pencils and bring back some additional ideas and concepts for the board to consider. But this would have a significant impact on capital projects. And so we would have to basically look at capital projects that would have to be delayed or actually entirely off the books. So that's some of the stuff that we'll bring back at your subsequent budget conversations.
So that was Walter, huh? You did that? Terrell.
All right. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Evans, one of the things that I constantly receive criticism about is the expenditure from the legislative department. And I'm wondering if you can take a look at things like, for example, do we all need legislative aides? Do we really need the amount of car allowance that we get? Are there changes that could be made in the legislative budget that could help cut some of the fat, if you will?
We can make that decision ourselves.
Just asking.
That's a decision we can make. Yeah, I mean, and you can do it by district, too. I mean, I've done it before, so if that is the case, then everyone can just say, hey, Mr. Evans, this is what I want to take away from my budget. So that one, we can do that on our own.
Madam Chair, and pursuant to that inquiry, that's something that you all do as part of your budget process when we go into legislative. So that's a conversation that is to happen amongst the board. I don't think it would be a wise career decision for the city manager to cut the budget of his bosses. But nonetheless, that will be a topic of discussion as we get into the budget conversations with the board. But we will go into the department budgets as well as look at some of the capital projects to say, if this happens, if this one goes away, if this project goes away, where would we be revenue-wise? So that's something that I could work with Mr. Sherman and the department directors to have that ready as part of your budget discussion. The other thing I do want to also encourage the board is to reconcile what has been shared with you in the proposed budget, what has been shared with you as part of the budget conversations that happened in June, and then what the community values survey showed you, because there may be situations whereby priorities need to be shifted as a result of the community sentiments. Obviously, community aesthetics, public safety were big overarching themes in that survey, and that's what that tool is intended to do. So when we get into more robust conversations with the board on that, that's some of the prism that we're going to look through to be able to get us to a point where we can all have a complete budget that's in front of you for consideration.
All right. Any other questions or comments from the board?
Madam Chair, Mr. Evans, Ms. Nguyen, I think certainly, and I don't know, and let me make sure I'm clear on this so everybody understands, it may be worth revisiting the vacant property ordinance that we had a company reach out to us about going after properties that are foreclosed to make sure that the bank who holds those properties are properly registered with the city and make sure that we're recouping those dollars. I know legal has done a great job with those interpleader cases in the past and bringing back surplus funds that were owed to the city, but certainly I would think if we're going to have to get down to the nitty-gritty, if banks are out there and they fail to register, I think we need to put together, perhaps, Mr. Evans and Ms. Nguyen, a program internally or, go outside if necessary to recoup those dollars. The other thing is, I think, obviously, we have to look at this from like a three-legged stool. Obviously, we have to have income. We know we're going to have expenses, and then the last leg being the services. Making sure that we can provide excellent services, as far as in the development community, I think really helps the organization because, one of the calls I think we all kind of get is status of BTR, status of different projects that's going up in the city. And I think if we kind of supplement our staffing to make sure that we're providing excellent services and make sure we're responsive, we can get more businesses in here, more development, more ad valorem revenue, more permits, and even, push forward these initiatives like I know we have coming to MEHOP and expanding, because I know, Mr. Evans, it is really tough for us all together as an organization when we're kind of being constrained with code sections that's limiting development. I just had someone today in Lake Park say that they were converting their office to a virtual space. And that's because the demand for virtual space is becoming more popular than someone actually going out and, hosting that. And the town of Lake Park has these accommodations and provisions in their code. I don't think we've gotten there yet as an organization, but certainly we have to be a little more, and this is not to be critical of the department, but we have to be a little more, and I think you said as society changes, social government, I think that's where we are, Mr. Evans. We have to really figure out where we're going and how we can best leverage, the change in demand to balancing our community as well as our budget. So I would certainly suggest the vacant property registration and creating more programs like the MEHOP.
All right, anyone else?
Madam Chair?
Go ahead.
Mr. Evans, are we moving forward with the ballot language that we have to put in that requires for our major disaster fund to have that reduced amount put in there?
Madam Chair, if I may.
Go ahead.
Councilperson, I think I heard your entire question, but it was in regards to the monies that we have to set aside for the major disaster fund.
No, yeah, correct. We had a discussion in reference to reducing the amount that we were putting into the major disaster fund. I believe that has to be a ballot initiative.
That is correct, Madam Chair. That is an item that we have to work with legal and finance, and that will probably be part of your budget conversations as to the steps that we have to take with regards to the major disaster fund. For those that may not know, the city has a fund that I believe it's 1.5% off the top of what is collected goes into a fund that is utilized for the purposes of major disaster. The city probably instituted that in place when the storms hit some time ago, when there wasn't an adequate fund balance. And so we have an adequate fund balance. We have more than an adequate fund balance in reserve. And so we're carrying additional reserves in that particular funding stream. So the board has asked for staff to work on a ballot initiative that would create a situation whereby legislatively the board would set the amount that would be placed in that major disaster fund versus 1.5% off the top, because roughly it winds up anywhere between $700,000 to $800,000 per year.
Yeah, we're over 800 this year.
Right.
So I guess my question is, are we moving forward with that language? Where are we with that in regards to getting that language on the ballot?
Madam Chair, that will be an item that will be part of your budget workshop with us, I believe, on August 18th. So
Okay.
the proposed language, the concept, and then obviously we have to bring it before the board to have it in an ordinance form and get it added to the ballot.
Okay. And the second follow-up is, I know we're trying to find additional revenue and streams. Our parking revenue we discussed, where are we with implementing parking, paid parking for our facilities?
Madam Chair, if I may.
Go ahead.
That is contemplated in this particular budget, and so we're working obviously with legal. I know they're looking to hire some positions right now in that department, but that is going to be something that will be moved forward here in the first quarter of fiscal year 23, because it is a revenue stream that we're banking on for additional revenue to offset some of the expenditures.
So you're saying that we will have that up and running in the first quarter of 23?
That is the intent, Councilperson, yes.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Anyone else?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Mr. Evans, what's just an estimate of what we're missing out on parking?
The projected revenue was over $1 million, I think.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
The revenue that could potentially be collected for parking.
Yeah, and that was just Ocean Mall, over $1 million.
Just Ocean Mall?
Yes.
Thank you.
Anyone else? All right, so you got your direction on where we're going to go?
No.
No?
I thought we were going to cut.
So we bringing none of these back? That's what I'm just trying to figure out.
I thought we said that we were kind
Are
of
we bringing them all back? What are we doing?
Yeah, we're going to bring it all back, but also corresponding projects.
Okay.
Were you asleep, Mr. Sherman?
I must have been, okay. All right, appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, Madam Clerk, item 9A.
Madam Chair, members of the
Public
board, the time is 7:52.
Oh, gosh, time flew by. All right. Excuse me, we're getting there. Please be reminded, the City Council has adopted rules of decorum, public conduct during official meetings, which has been posted at the front desk. In an effort to preserve order, if any of the rules are not adhered to, the council chair may have any disruptive speaker or attendee removed from the podium, from the meeting and/or building if necessary. Please govern yourselves accordingly. Also, please pay attention to the clock. You will have 3 minutes for your public comment, and she'll call several names at a time, so if you can kind of make your way a little closer to the podium so we don't have such a delay. All right, Madam Clerk?
Madam Chair, members of the board, the acceptance of public comment cards is now closed for this particular section of the agenda. Lloyd Brown, Rochelle Hughes, Bonnie Larson.
Oh, hold on a minute. Are those cards right there for public comment?
How you doing? My name is Lloyd Brown, and you know, when I was in the military, they had this thing that was called the Military Code of Conduct. And you know, I'm just wondering, is there a code of conduct for government officials, you know, or the people who are in this council? Because I've seen a few things on the internet that, you know, kind of made me feel, how could somebody do this and still represent the people, you know? And I was looking at it and saying, oh, and then it happened to me. Because I had an individual from the council to come over to my neighborhood. And I don't know if he was trying to scare me or whatever, keep me from talking, but what he just don't know, he just started a fire. And that fire is getting hotter and hotter. And you know, the First Amendment, I mean, the Bill of Rights, the First Amendment, I'm just going to talk on freedom of speech. It's a few things that I said over here, and I have the right to say what I want to say. And, you know, that's why they brought in the 14th Amendment, because it's applicable to states and you people here. You got to abide by it because you are government. Now, these things, I mean, this conduct is unbecoming of a government official who is elected by the people, and it goes on and on. And let me tell you, what happened to me, if you people not going to do anything about it, or not going to try to stop it, then what I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to find some other legal way of getting this resigned.
Rochelle Hughes, Bonnie Larson, Dr. Philip Duke.
Hello, my name is Rochelle Baker Hughes. I live at 206 Lockmore over in Lone Pine Estates. I'm up here to once again say I oppose the upcoming agenda item that will be on there for rezoning the golf course. At the end of the last meeting, I believe it was said by the city manager that there would be a meeting with the residents, so I wasn't quite clear if it was a meeting with the city officials and the residents or it was a different kind of meeting. But I just want to say that I'm opposed to it for many reasons, which you've all have heard. Another thing I'd like to comment on is Lone Pine Park. We received letters in the mail, I believe in June, stating that the issues, you know, the things we got, the state and the federal grants for the park, and that it would be completed by the end of October. And I'll say right now, nothing has been going on in the park, and we're in August. So I'm not sure where we stand on that. And also, our Lone Pine HOA president had requested no overnight parking signs to be put all around the park because we do have a lot of people who overnight their vehicles. And we haven't seen them. They had put these little itty-bitty signs for no parking, so I don't know where we stand on that. my last comment I want to say is I have to give kudos to all of you sitting here on the days. I've watched some of the meetings, I've been here for the meetings, and I just have to say kudos to you guys, because there are times you get really mean, nasty comments from the public because they're angry, and I understand that. And you have some who come up here and they praise you, and I understand that. So I just want to say, I give kudos to you because you have to do this, or you wanted to do this, not you have to do it. You wanted to do that, to be on the council and in the city, and I just commend you, because sometimes when I hear people come up here and talk to any of you, and it may not be nice, I just have to say I admire how you sit back and you accept it and move forward. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bonnie Larson, Dr. Philip Duke, Alexander Rodriguez.
Bonnie Larson, I have to agree, first of all, with Ms. Shepherd and Bessie Brown. There were surveys done previously. It was before your time, and we went to those, and I didn't fill it out, and I didn't fill out this one, and I think 300, he kept saying 30,000 people. We have 36, 37,000 people. I think 300 is not representative at all. I didn't fill it out because along with it, and one of the ladies mentioned she was wondering if they did that to increase the size of the CRA, and I had thought that too. I've never spoken to them about that, but I thought that too, because they asked you questions like, how old is your house? How long have you lived there? How many people in your family? What is your age? What is your income? That has nothing to do with the survey. That's why I didn't do it. So we were asked those questions. It did happen. I went to one, possibly two of those. So maybe they're not telling you everything, but yeah, we did that. So many things here. The ground lease for the marina, I want to caution you against not signing that. We only have two really, really nice things in the city, and that was the Ocean Mall and the marina. The Ocean Mall, you saw where that went. You asked Mr. Sherman one day how much we get out of that, and that's a 100-year lease. We got the tail wagging the dog here with the marina, because who said that we wanted a hotel and private people, whether they're wealthy people or they're people who don't have two dimes to rub together? Who said that's what we wanted, our public marina? Our marina is about this big. It's supposed to be a recreation area. None of those two things are recreation areas. And the team that you've got, or you really haven't hired yet, if they get a 100-year lease on they want that 100-year lease on those properties, we're down the tubes for 100 years, and they can just walk away tomorrow, and they will own our marina. So I'm cautioning you, do not sign those leases for 100 years with those. Do not sign it with them. They haven't given us anything. And that's a very dangerous thing to do. Like I said, look at the Ocean Mall. Oh, I have so many things to say here. I just have too much. No, I don't have time. I got 32 seconds. The canal. Oh, I drove by the canal again over by Monroe Heights. What are they doing with that? I walked by there the other day because I noticed there were barriers put up there. And that canal there was a lot of dead stuff in there. Not people or anything, but branches and bottles. It was just a mess. It was a mess. So that needs to be cleaned out. And also, there was a big machinery out there today. I don't know what they're doing. I'm interested in what they're doing because they were clearing off some of the land there, too. And you're being advised to get rid of our drainage for Monroe Heights. Again, I'm going to say, don't do it.
Thank you.
Dr. Philip Dukes, Alexander Rodriguez, Odessa Walker.
City Council Mayor Dr. Philip Dukes.
Good evening.
Vero Beach, Florida. I would like to thank all of you for your prayers and support that I have been missing because of my illness and anti-rejection medication sickness, but they finally got my numbers right. I would like to speak to you from a pastoral position for our city. River Beach is the last city on the east coast of America with our type of demographics where black people are majority controlled. 85% of our city claims some form of Christianity. Our city is being divided on this wet dreams, Dr. Votel issue. Some people have used this to promote their own personal agendas. Some people are very, very hurt by the language and the things that were said. The people who are calling for the recall should not be vilified because they have a constitutional right to do that. They have a constitutional right. My job as an ecclesiastical part of the community is to stay centered, not too far to the left or to the right. I believe that this is the perfect time for Revere Beach to lead the nation in cultural relationship. We must press and be redemptive. Redemptive. I believe Dr. Votel when she apologized and she was misled. I believe that. I have personal interactions with Dr. Votel. I believe her, I must believe her because of her actions and how she treated the kids in my program over the years. I do not believe Dr. Votel is a bigot. We must be redemptive on all issues. Our job in the ecclesiastical community is to stay centered and do what's best for everyone. Imagine if we had a cultural relationship in our city where we all work together. And not vilify one another. I also want to take this time out to apologize to the mayor of our city, Ronnie Felder. I said some things about Ronnie Felder's service, and I was wrong because I did not have all the information. And a person told me, we have a mutual friend, they said, Deuce, let me help you with that. So I don't even think you might not have heard about it. But I said it because I thought you should have been doing this, that, and the other, and they explained to me what was happening. So I want to apologize to you publicly. We need to work with Dr. Votel. Dr. Votel is not a bigot. This is the perfect time for us to lead the nation in cultural relationships. And I will be coming over here explaining to you more what that looks like. We do not need the Al Sharpton, Jesse Jackson, Louis Farrakhan type of leadership that further divides us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Alexander Rodriguez, Odessa Walker, Bishop Thomas Masters.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Oh, shoot. Give me a minute. I'm here for a status check on Captain Foster. On July 20th, City Manager Evans stated that he's in agreement to have a meeting with the council persons in reference to seeing if Captain Foster's Bill of Rights were violated. You know, the community and myself look forward to Captain Foster being back in uniform, and I think it's time for that meeting to occur. If you guys already haven't had that meeting, you know, I want to retouch on a couple things because some people were not here last week. This is a man with passion, integrity, and has served this city for many years. And not only that, he's been praised by other municipalities. And I forgot to mention last meeting, he was praised by the Boca Raton Police Chief for his work. And I think it's time that we, myself, and the community have Captain Foster back on the force. In closing, I entrust in all the council persons out here, City Manager Evans, to have that meeting and take a look to see and give Captain Foster the due process that he deserves.
Thank you.
Odessa Walker, Bishop Thomas Masters, Bessie Brown.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Odessa Walker. I am here. I am a resident in Lone Pine Estates, and I am not for the golf course being rezoned. There have been many neighbors and people coming from Lone Pine, and I really hope that you all listen to us and be representation for the residents. Take our concerns to heart. My concern is a safety issue. Emergency officials may not be able to respond in a timely manner. Traffic is going to be a mess. We already have a problem with the Rapids Water Park, loss of green space. I would like to see if the city could consider doing something else with that golf course that can be beneficial to all the residents in the city. Also, major draining issues. I do want to talk a little bit about the budget. I work with a homeownership program, so I do feel that there should be no increase on property taxes. I pay my water bill on time. Everybody else should. I don't feel that that should be passed on to homeowners. And one thing that you should know, when you increase the property tax bills, a lot of people have their taxes escrowed, so it is going to affect their mortgage payments. So just, I think that should be left the way it is. And also, when building multiple fire stations, or I heard about having multiple capital projects at the same time, I really think you should prioritize and do one thing at a time. I'm looking forward to seeing the new fire station on the corner of Blue Heron and Congress. It's near my job, but I do think that maybe there can be some cuts in some other areas with the budget. I hear a lot of people talking about how some of the money is being spent in the city, and really prioritize to some things that's going to help everybody. We have a serious water issue. I know you all have been working on that, but I hope that is resolved soon. Also, I've been in Lone Pine Estates 12 years. My kids are now grown, and they really have not been able to utilize the park, so I really hope that the park will be changed soon. And it's supposed to be in October, but we really haven't seen any major changes other than some trees coming down, so I hope that takes place. We've had a lot of promises and been going back and forth about the park for years. In regards to the survey, the only thing I think that's a little different there is having over 30,000 residents in Riviera Beach. I don't know why we only have 300 surveys, but I guess my concern about that is it was mentioned address selection. So exactly what does that mean? Where were those surveys sent? And that's all I have. Thank you.
Bishop Thomas Masters, Bessie Brown, Cindy Mark.
Bishop Thomas Masters.
Good evening.
Good evening. Sister Sheila, and that's what I'm going to say, and that's what I'm going to say to her. I wish she was sitting here. What a pity. You have never been to the city council to speak. You have never been, that I know of one church in this community to speak. One community organization, neighborhood group. If so, let us know. But you come here, the ballots are out, and now you show up. You did show up on the Freedom Bus. Yeah, you were there then. Sister Sheila, you talk about funding and grants, and we're to believe that, I guess, right? My sister, Cora Masters Berry, who's very close to the Black Caucus and others in D.C., when they talk about this $1,000, they think it's a joke. They laugh about it. The next senator of the United States, Val Demings, was here today, and I hope she gets elected. But it takes one senator, just one, in order for a bill to even get signed. You say, Sister Sheila, your bill is in the committee. And yet you have co-signed on other bills that's in committees, but not one of your colleagues, not even Val Demings from Florida, not even Sister down in Miami. Where are they? They're not there for you. You've been there for them. Why aren't they there? Your bill is in the committee, and that's probably where it's going to stay, without a co-sponsor. But I am proud to support Dale Holness. He's the most qualified person in this race. Amon Israel, Emmanuel Morrell, Beverly Elliott Morrison, Reverend Griffin Davis, and two of our elected officials. Elvin Darling said to tell you, Brother Holness, that his ballot is on the dresser, and he's ready to vote, and for you to call him tomorrow, but he's not voting for someone who promised us $1,000. How can I believe anything you say? Anything. People are poor, hungry, starving, under the bridge, veterans, seniors, and you said, you promised that. We were promised 40 acres and a mule. We ain't got that yet. and we'll probably get the $1,000 when we get to heaven. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bessie Brown, Cindy March, Dolores Williams.
Good evening.
Good evening.
We have 14 administrative jobs openings, and these are administrative jobs. Why do we have so many job openings? And Mr. Sherman was talking about money. You all need to find out how many debt services bill, how much bonds and stuff we floated, so we can actually meet those payments. And Mr. Sherman said, listen, what is he going to do with the money, the dollars that the benefits of the employees that lost all of their benefits this recent this recent year in negotiations, which was a good cause day, the vacation and sick, longevity pay, and so ask him what he's going to do with that money. And I'd like to know, what is BTR charging? and I'd like a copy of the MEHOP plan or the ordinance, if that's an ordinance. And because this is just ridiculous.
Thank you.
Cindy March, Dolores Williams, Chandra Stringer.
Good evening, I'm Cindy March.
Good
Mr. Evans, I have a concern. I did a police call the other night at Cookmar Park where the little boy got hit in the head with the hammer, beat with the hammer. My neighbor said here she was the eyewitness. And when I did come out the door, when they called me because they panicked and they couldn't call the police, I called the police and the call was routed to the sheriff's department. He asked all the pertinent questions, and then he said, let me put you on hold to call the Revere Beach dispatcher to connect you. It took 6 rings before Revere Beach dispatch answered the call. My question to you, why are our calls, and my phone is with 33404 T-Mobile for 18 years, why are our calls going to the sheriff's department before it get to the dispatcher? Time is the essence. That little boy was full of blood. It could have been you all child or my child. It was very devastating. I want answers. If you all transferring over to the sheriff's department, you all need to let us know what's going on. Get you one dispatcher, because time is the essence, like I repeat. I want a rebuttal on Reverend Masters. And if I get too disrespectful, just have the police escort me out the door, because enough is enough. We are our worst enemy. Sheila McCormick is the right one for the job. You all play this gentrification role, but understand that women are on the rise. We can agree and disagree. You also pulled on Julia Botel's skirt tail and sent her to all the churches. That's why I tell you all, learn your candidates for yourself. Understand what they're with and what they're not with. But to come in here and shame this lady, if she can't leave with nothing else, let her leave with her name with dignity. That's all I ask. Masters, you don't walk these streets, smoked everything, and gets up on the pulpit. You should be the last person shaming somebody. And I'm not coming back to apologize like I did the first time. Because what's good for the goose is good for the gander. Enough is enough. I'm voting, and you all vote for who you want to. But the worst thing you can do is come up here and shame somebody that have not done you no wrong because you want free stuff. That's what's wrong. We need to look at the bigger pictures. It's not about the vegetables. It's not about the garden. It's not about the free pencils and the school supplies. It's about moving this city in the right direction with better leadership. And this is why I'm doing this recall for Julia Botel. Because we've been free long time ago. Long time ago. This is everybody's city. I don't care if you're white, black, or Spanish. We all God's people. And we should be treated fairly. And when you got bad leadership, we put you in office and we have the audacity to recall. And if we do not succeed, we have to let go and let God. Because one thing about God, He gonna move you.
Dolores Williams, Chandra Stringer, Dosha Nubo.
Excuse me, if you all have conversations with each other, we're gonna, okay, thank you so much.
Not to
Sir,
my
no,
name.
no,
Bishop
no,
Master,
sir.
you can't do that.
Sir,
Bishop Master.
can you get him from this podium? You know not to come up here. We haven't called you.
You know better than that, Bishop
You
Master.
know that you should not do that. Please exit the building. Yes, yes. All right. Ms. Williams. Go ahead, Ms. Williams, it's your time. Start her clock, please. Good evening.
Don't stop my clock.
We're ready. Come on.
Hello, Miss Williams. I want to show, there's a lady up here say that the council, you give them kudos. I give everybody kudos. But I was very, very disappointed in a video that was sent to me and my 4 children. It was the night that I was singled out to be put out. And if I wish I could play it and let everybody see it and hear it. I didn't do anything to anybody but spoke the truth. Miss Lanier, they were saying, you get talked, I never put you down. I even talked to you about certain things about you. And I told you to say to me, I would have told you something that was going to be said about you. Haven't I told you at the garden thing? But I think it was very rude the way you treat me. And every time I get up here, if you're the chairman, you try to have the police to put me out. I don't know what I've done to you or say to you. I see you smiling, but talk to me and let me know what it is. Mr. Evans, I'm gonna have to give you credit. That night when all that situation occurred, you're on the video where you say, Miss Williams did not do anything or say anything to that person in the audience. But you was determined to put me out. You hit that gavel, and you hit that gavel like you was losing it. I don't know what was wrong with you that night. I really don't know. But I think you should apologize to me. You need to look at this video and listen to everything it's saying in here, because I didn't do anything. That person was there, he yelled at me, pointed at me. You knew it. But the first word out your mouth, put her out. You told them police officer, come up here and put me out. That's my team over there. The team was on that night. They know Miss Williams. They know I won't hurt nobody, do nothing. And I think you owe me an apology. And all of you on there need to look at this video and see how she acted. The lady say you get kudos. I'm going to give you kudos too.
Thank you.
Chandra Stringer, Dosha Nubo, Dale Holness.
Good evening and happy Wednesday. Chandra Stringer. I'll be very brief. A couple of things. I want to go on record saying congratulations to 2 of our newest businesses in the area, which is Sweet Life Nutrition and Boulevard Subs. I think I said it right. It was important that when I went there Saturday, I didn't see half of the council. And if we look at statistics and all the things that's going on with minority businesses and how they've suffered since the pandemic, to have 2 new, viable, good food opportunities to bring retail and resources to our community, I was a bit disappointed about that. The other thing I wanted to talk about real quickly was I participated in a survey from a company that, my phone went dead. Anyway, from a company that's doing a survey, I guess, throughout the community. I was a little bit concerned because I know we've had at least 4 meetings in the month of July, and I didn't know anything about it, just scrolling down Facebook, and it came up. And so, of course, I wanted to share. My main concern was that the meeting that we went to was the same meeting that there was a meeting here. And I think that was a disservice to the community. The biggest thing was, if we are looking for honest, cohesive feedback, why do you have an east side and a west side? Even if you had to have meeting 1, meeting 2, meeting 3, why does it have to be labeled? And the other thing, and I'm going to take my seat, I want us to really, 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 really consider how we get information out to the community. We love to say we want the community engaged, we want the community involved, but reality, action speaks louder than words. And I have to say, there are people that don't use social media. There are people that do not use the internet to read a newsletter. So if we really wanted feedback from the total community, what other methods could we have done to make sure that everybody have a part? And so I'll make sure, I wanted to say it here, but I'll put it out there when I go back and comment, the website that those that did not get the information can participate in, because those consultants did tell us that the survey will be on a website that's actually designated to that. And I know I said I was finished, but one more thing, the budget. During election time, we had so many pictures and so many photo ops of all of these things was going on, and every time I kept saying, where is the money? Where is the money? Where is the money? Now we're saying, oh, we don't have any money. We may have to put something on pause. We may have to put something on hold because we don't have the money that the photo ops said that we were going to do all these projects with. And for the record, not only do homeowners pay taxes, regular residents pay taxes as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Stosha Newbold, Dale Holness, Lawana Lehman.
Good afternoon. I'm
Good
Dosha
evening.
Newbold. I have a couple comments. Sitting here in the meeting, I heard McCormick said 500 grants were available. And I'd like to know, do the city have a grant writer so that we can get some of those funds? Secondly, I looked up the bill that's in committee, 7929. It states $12,000 a year, which would be $1,000 if it passed a month, if you're 65 or older, and then $24,000 if it's a joint return. So the guy that came up here, Dale, he need this stop line, basically, stop line. It's bill number 7929. Another thing, they commented about her coming in to the meeting. If she's in Washington, D.C. from Monday through Friday, how can she make all these Wednesday night meetings? Something to think about. Another question I have, they're talking about the storm fund. What happens and what do you do with the storm fund? Because those monies, are we gonna have employees running around idle, providing food for them? Is it gonna be for the residents? Another thing, I'm trying to get it all out before my time is up. You said 4 fire stations. How many police stations do we have? Or different outlets for the police department? How many fires do we have a year? It's not like the city is on fire and we fight a fire every week. So, and more importantly, the water bill is increasing, taxes is increasing by itself. I don't understand nothing about what he said, Herman, because we're gonna include, and I'm a property owner, so when a tenant moves, I get a standby charge, which is ludicrous to me, and it's like $58 a month until another one comes in and apply for water. So how is he gonna calculate how many standby charges gonna be on my taxes? And I don't think that that's fair. What he's gonna do, get rid of utility billing and just put all the utility billing on the tax? I have a problem with that. I wanna commend, because I haven't been here in a while, Miss Lydia Franks. She did an excellent job with providing an activity for the kids. There was no problems. Police officers were there. It was wonderful. My grandchildren went twice. And Park and Recreation needs to do more for the children. They're getting paid. What are they doing? Everybody complaining about the parks. Football, cheerleading, that's it. We need some more recreational events for the kids. And what she did a couple of months ago, maybe last year, I'm not sure, it was beautiful. I ended up going out there. It was very nice what she did, and she did it where everyone can come. It was full every night. I got sick of it, though, because they wanted to go every night. At any rate, I want to commend Ms. Franks. She did a wonderful job.
Thank you.
Dale Holness, Lawana Lehman, Danielle.
I don't see Mr. Holness. Who's next?
Lawana Lehman, Danielle, I can't.
Lawana here?
Danielle, you, and then Wesley Chu.
Okay, so those are the cards. They're gone, because we don't have a we don't have a second overflow room, right? Okay, so we're past those. Go ahead.
Good evening, Council. My
Good
name's
evening.
Danielle. I haven't spoken in a while, but tonight I'm here to speak on a few things. First thing is it's very exciting to see Boulevard subs open. It gives the boaters and the community a place to stop on their way out to the beach to grab a sub and be able to go out. So kudos to them, and I can't wait to be able to try them. Next, I would like to know why it's so hard to find the policies and procedures manual or handbook for the police officers, but yet other departments have them readily available online. Human Resources has a great employee handbook, but why are the policies for officers not readily available? These policies should be available to all citizens that live and participate in Riviera Beach. Lastly, in regards to the open IA complaint that I have within the police department, it's approaching the 180-day mark, and I'm anxiously awaiting the results. I am hoping that this department does what is right, just, and fair. I will never forget the day of the incidents that happened. My child will never forget the traumatic events that she witnessed, and I will never erase the 5 hours and close to 20 minutes of body cam footage that I've had to watch over and over and over to see exactly what I went through, what my family went through, and what went wrong in this city. I really, really would love to know how to obtain a copy of the policies and procedures that the officers are to follow. I've put in a public records request with the police department. I've emailed the records manager, Ryan. I've Googled. I found every other policy and procedure for the city. Human Resources has a great book that you can click on and it flips the page and it has an employee handbook, but nothing else is available within the police department. Why is everything so secretive with our police department here in Riviera Beach? Thank you.
Thank you.
Danielle, Wesley Schuler, Margaret Shepherd. Is Danielle here?
That was Danielle.
Oh, that was Danielle? Oh, okay. Okay, so Luana was not here.
Danielle, what's your last name? Underwood?
Okay,
You had
okay.
two different people?
No, I thought she was Luana Lehman. I
Oh,
don't.
no.
Okay. Wesley Schuler, Margaret Shepherd, Erica Davis.
How you doing? I really want to know the due process for Captain Foster. We done came to the point that we started asking questions, and tonight is to the point that it's been almost 2.5 years that he's still sitting home and nothing is getting done about Captain Foster. I really want to know how can we move forward with this situation, because this situation has been over our head for a while, but now it came to the point that this man is still sitting home and he don't have no answers, no aware of what his due process was happening and how it was going down. So now we done came to the end of the road. Somebody need to put a motion on the floor tonight to find out why he's not at the job. Because if due process was not done the proper way, that means he need to be at the police station behind the desk, sitting there till due process was happening. So it need to be a motion on the floor tonight that y'all table this up and down and find out what's going on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Margaret Shepherd, Erica Davis, Mary Bram.
Margaret Shepherd, Riviera Beach. This is the best city to live, to work, and to play. And I don't care who wants to disband that slogan or motto. It's been with me for a little over 40 years since I've been here. Don't tell me that there's no jobs here. My grandbaby just came in from Philly, and I want to tell you, Miss Bella Anderson, thank you. Thank you. I just wish you had her a little bit longer, but she often thanked you for how you stood your ground. But she's back, and I think everybody that knew her at 5 years old that stood at the podium at City Hall and talked politics. And someone asked me without filling her up, but she's at these meetings, she see the stupidity that goes on. So she's back, she's 22 years old, and I hope that she will get it in her head to run for office pretty soon. But I want to say to Dr. Susan Bennett and to Mr. Gunstead, and of course Coach Miller and his wife, Ms. Doretta Punk, Mr. Wiley, and Mr. Slozier. But most of all, I want to say to you, Dr. Botel, I was in the meeting all last week. I'm kind of drained now. And your name came up. And they asked, after we all talked, somebody said, you're racist. They said, no way. I almost broke down and cried because I was the president and because I've been ill, I haven't participated. So I went home to my daughter, Angela, and I said, Andrew, she doesn't talk very much. She observed. I said, Andrew, you've been over to the Tiara with me. You've been to parties. I see Dr. Botel racist. She said, no, Mama, I didn't feel nothing. And I said, well, they're talking about it, and she's been at my house and see the people come. And they said, nobody come over there to District 3 and did what you did. Although District 5 is everywhere. And he's criticized for that. And I know, Ms. Miller Anderson, you need to do just what you do and relax. You don't need to be in all this stuff. And I congratulate you on how you run these meetings. But I thank you. If nobody else thank you, that group, we're all old now. And you can see I can barely make it. But I sat there and I listened. I raised my hand as I walked out the door. I said, do you really think that we should be signing this? And they said, no, they will not participate. So you do have some people that love you. Everything is not as we say. But I think, once again, Dr. Susan Bennett, I love her. She's so sweet, and all the people.
Thank you, Ms. Shepherd.
Thank you.
Erica Davis, Mary Bram, Doretta Pope.
Erica Davis, Riviera Beach. Good evening, Board. I want to speak on the budget. The residents really don't understand why we are broke, but I'm here to tell them why we're broke. You see, the developers, business people that watch these meetings every week and watch what is going on in this city, they don't want to come out here and invest their money. They don't want to do it because they know that they won't be treated fairly and the process won't be fair. And there are too many games being played on the dais for it to be fair. Now, all of you need to get on board. You know who I'm talking about. Stop delaying our projects. Stop trying to cut deals with the projects and let them due process their projects through the procurement properly. Nobody wants to come out here and invest in this city with all of this stuff going on because it's crazy, because I know I wouldn't. I mean, every other city, surrounding city is moving forward but this city, because why? We have all this child's play, and we're focused on the wrong thing. We're not focused on business. We're focused on self-gratitude. And you need to cut it out and take this city very serious, or you're going to be gone. You are sinking this city. You are sinking this city to the ground. And if we go in servitude where we can't pay our bills, then the state is going to come and take it over. I keep saying it over and over again. Now you're seeing what they're talking about. So you guys need to get off your tails and stop playing around, stop being little boys and playing games, and get serious about this city and stop trying to make excuses about, oh, this is that, or Mr. Evans, why is it? You know why the city isn't going into servitude, because you play games. Stop delaying our projects. $400 million project that you've been playing games with. If they do not have the money, throw it out, put it out for bid. Market our city, Mr. Evans, to other people that can come in here and want to build. But you guys got to get it right first. Leadership, it starts with you. All these games you're playing and all this stuff going on with the racism, you're using white man's money to build the city. So when you talk about racism and they hear you talking about that, they're not going to come in here and spend their money. You can forget about that. And Dr. Botel, you're not going anywhere, because we'll go to Tallahassee and fight like hell. And we're going to do that anyway to get this city back together. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mary Bram, J.B. Dixon, Doretta Polk.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Graham, Riviera Beach. Apparently, all of the surveys that were done, from the park survey, we did that almost at the beginning of this year, at the latter part of last year, with the residents. The other survey that was previously
Pull your mic down, Ms. Brown.
that was previously done here, we also participated in that. I hear so often everything, and I can go back years. Whenever we set out to do anything, have workshops, you will always get that certain amount of people. I don't care what you do. You can feed them chicken, hogs all day long. It's still going to be maintained like that. But as a city, we still have to move forward, even in hard times. The surveyor here said the top priority things were the police, our infrastructure, our sidewalks, our beautification of our city, because any city that anybody builds in, they like to see that it's clean, it's maintained. They have a safety, health network in it. You can build anything that you want to build, but without those components that the survey conveyed, your city would not flourish. It would not be branded the way that we live in our city. These things can change. The budget, we do need to go through those line items and do some cuts. Everybody else is taking cuts. We can't continuously do business as usual, because we are not going back there then. We are in here now to face what we have to face now and move the projects along. Our ad valorem taxes, it is stated here. Common sense tells us we cannot build utilities, departments, city halls, or fire departments without these ingredients that we need to move this city forward. Sheila McCormick, yes, Ms. Bram and others is going to vote for her. Endorsement from the Palm Beach Post, Dr. DeAndre Poole, Chris Smith, Bear Damon. We can go on and on, but your vote is the one that matters. And if these candidates are not your choice, because that's what freedom of speech and the power that is invested in us with our vote. We get up and vote. And for once, I would like to see this community as well as other communities all across the landscape get up and vote. And vote for your choice. It doesn't matter. Thank you.
Thank you.
J.B. Dixon, Doretta Polk.
J.B. Dixon, Singer Island and Riviera Beach.
Good evening.
I'd like to talk a little bit about the survey, having done many in my life. In fact, my entire professional life has been in the area of communications, public relations, et cetera, and surveys are a very big part of that. I think that the people who are saying that this is a small sample are incorrect. 10% return in any survey professionally is considered excellent. Excellent. And again, I don't know if everyone heard what, whoever the vendor is who's doing this for you said, but it is also very true that the more surveys you have, the less difference you will see. That's why the 10%, that's why they can tell you the guarantee of plus or minus 5%. So whoever it is that's doing this survey for you, they are correct in that. It just may be publicly perceived to be a small sample, but it is not. The other thing is this council, like many other of our institutions, are often put in a position of you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't. Because you have a survey to get input, and then people say, oh, there are too many surveys, we've already done surveys. Again, from a communication standpoint, and they've done many, many studies on this, everybody would prefer to have somebody walk up to them, hold their hand, and tell them what they need to know. That's what everyone wants. After that comes a number of other ways in which you can communicate with people. But what people will generally say, who are too lazy to inform themselves, is that I don't do social media, I don't do Nextdoor, I don't do Facebook, I don't subscribe to the city newsletter, I don't do, and I say, what is it that you expect? Really, I think they do expect someone to come up, knock on their door, and talk to them. And that is just not doable. So understand that that's not just our community, that's everybody nationally. Everybody always complains there's not enough communication, and then they don't hold up their own part of it. I'd like to say just briefly again about the budget that I think we need to cut down on the number of events we have, because a lot of them are not even well attended. And I think that we ought to stop this thing of we have to give free everything, free food, free entertainment, free music, free. We don't need to do that. Thank you.
Doretta Polk.
Good evening. My name is Doretta Park, and I would just like to commend the Legal Aid Society of Palm Beach County.
Pull your mic down.
The Legal Aid Society of Palm Beach County. The lead attorney who's over this program in West Palm is attorney Talisha Miles. And her and all her attorneys came to Lindsay Davis, and they talked to all the seniors, and they were offering, if you didn't have a will, they would go ahead and accommodate us to get us a will. Advanced directory, it was marvelous. And they explained everything to the seniors, and it was absolutely marvelous. I asked if I can give a little donation, but they said they went and got a grant, and they thought about different senior citizen centers to go to, and they wanted to come to Lindsay Davis. Hats off to them. Hats off to them. Very, very wonderful program that they did. I want to also say that I went on a little trolley, and it was covering all the different focal points of Riviera Beach, and it was lovely. The narrator was Deborah Hall, and one thing I didn't even know, and I have been on Reverend Griffin Davis Street, right by Hilltop, so many different times. I never knew there was a cemetery right down the street. I think the name is Stony Hill Cemetery. It's a beautiful cemetery. And some of the people who were massacred, was killed in Rosewood, their bodies are laid to rest there. And that's one fact that I didn't realize. So they'll be doing this again on, I think they're going to be doing this again, Mrs. Hall said, and for Black History month in next year. But if you have the opportunity to do that, go there. You'll find some very interesting situations and points concerning our lovely city. Then on the weekend at Goodmark Park, Mr. Dan Calloway and the Mothers Against Murderers, they gave a very nice little picnic to all the citizens of Goodmark Park and Lindsay Davis, and it was quite delightful. And the children, just to hear them, they had a marvelous time. And I thank you very much.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the board, that completes public comment.
All right, Mr. Evans?
Madam Chair, the staff is beginning the preparation process for a community meeting in the Long Pine neighborhood. That is something that should be forthcoming, I would say, in the next week or so. We should have the marketing collateral, and the intent behind having that meeting is just to inform the community with regards to the process, the level of review that staff has to do with respect to the particular project, and then get any comments or feedbacks from the community, and then ultimately bring that item before you all for consideration as part of the agenda item associated with the redevelopment of the Lone Pine Golf Course. So it still is staff's intent to have a community meeting. With respect to the park, I'll ask for the deputy city manager to get with the Parks and Recreation director to find out what the status of the overnight parking signs are, as well as some other park improvements, and then we can work together to make sure that that's at least the first 5 or 10 minutes of the community meeting that we have to bring persons up to speed with regards to where we are in that with that particular project. The survey is statistically valid. It is a scientific survey. It's a survey that we used to do at the city staff level, but one of the things that this board directed staff is they wanted to get something that was statistically valid and one that can be utilized for benchmarking purposes to look at every year. And so we solicited the services from a third-party entity to facilitate the survey. They selected the address, they selected the questionnaires. The only thing that staff provided was a letter that you received in your survey that basically said that the city wants your input and feedback. So it is a statistically valid survey, and it's consistent with what other government agencies do all across the nation. It was mentioned about the lease for 99 to 100 years. Certain parcels in the city have a restriction pursuant to the charter that allows for a 50-year lease. That property, there's a portion of the property here in the city or at the marina, and then also the Ocean Mall. The Ocean Mall is a 50-year term, and I believe the entity that is the management company has about 37, maybe 36 years remaining on their particular lease agreement. It was also mentioned about the work that's being done on the property on Broadway. I noticed that today, and so I'm going to find out more specifically from staff what was happening over in that canal area. It looks like there was some cleanup that was happening, so I will get the information and share that with the board. With respect to police policies, that should be something that's easily available because the police is going through the accreditation process, so I will get with the chief tomorrow morning and make sure that that information is provided to the requester. With respect to the personnel matter associated with one of our former officers, we're waiting to coordinate with board members as well as our legal representatives concerning some of the items that were brought up. So once we get a specific date from that individual, then we're going to have individual conversations with you all. So that information will be forthcoming. I know the board next week has the Florida League of Cities, but I would think in the next 2 weeks we should be able to have sit-down conversations with board members with regards to that. The website and communication, obviously we saw on the survey what's the way in which people receive their information. So we're going to be ramping up our communication efforts and dissemination of information regarding events and programs and what have you. Staff is working on, and even you can see it in your Outlook's calendar, a master city calendar that has a lot of the meeting and events and activities. and that's a living, breathing calendar that's available for the elected officials, but we're also transitioning that to the community as well, because there's a lot of activities that are happening throughout the city, and we want to make sure that the elected officials and the community are aware of it. With respect to grants, we have a number of grant writers. We have consultants that we utilize for a multitude of different services. So at any particular time, we can have 4 to 5 different grant writers working on specific grants. So depending on what the subject is, depending on their level of expertise, depending on what the nature of the project is, we do have grant writers that are at our disposal that assist us in the grant writing efforts, and we've been very successful with respect to that. Stormwater is the water that's actually collected from stormwater runoff. So rainwater basically is stormwater, so that the revenue that's collected from stormwater is intended to go back into investments that would address some of the stormwater runoffs and the chemical that's associated with stormwater runoff. And one of the challenges that we have is we have about $125 million worth of roadway projects in the city, and the stormwater fee is a mechanism to assist in bond issuance related to stormwater projects. So if we don't look to address that, the roadways in the community will continue to have some challenge, and that's the funding mechanism that we utilize for the purposes of a lot of our roadway construction, because they all have a stormwater component. Fire stations, we have 4 fire stations and 1 police station. Obviously, we know the fire department responds out of fire stations, whereby the police department, they're in specific zones, but we do have a police substation that is going to be opening here in the next month, and that's going to be at the Lindsay Davis Center, the old YEP building. That will be a police substation where we'll actually be putting officers right there in the community to decentralize how we respond to calls. Obviously, you know, back in the olden days, there was a situation where there was maybe 1 phone in a police station and everyone would respond out of the police station. Nowadays, they're dispatched and then they go to their specific spots. With respect to the call that was stated about the phone call going to the sheriff department, that's based on the cell phone or the phone and the tower. So that's not something that, you know, conceivably the city of Riviera Beach has any control over. I believe that the former chief did share some information with regards to that, and we can definitely reiterate that information to the community. But obviously, we would want for Riviera Beach calls to go to the Riviera Beach dispatch, but that usually occurs on landlines, but it is all based on when the phone hits whichever tower at the time, and then it's dispatched to the appropriate entity. The other item that was referenced, I believe it was the carnival. Ms. Frank's team did an exceptional job with regards to that, and it was such a good event that's going to be an annual event that we're going to be doing as a city. So that's some of the things that we're looking to bolster and improve our recreational programming to add for additional services to our community, because we understand the importance of parks and recreation. So a lot of things are going to be happening in that department that are going to be positive, and more activities and things for all ages in our community. And then lastly, it was referenced what the acronym BTR stands for. That's business tax receipt. That's basically a surcharge for businesses that do business in the city of Riviera Beach. And so there's a fee associated with that that's collected. And that concludes my comments, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you. So we're on item 9A.
Ordinance number 4215, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Florida, amending the Code of Ordinances of the City of Riviera Beach, Florida, at Chapter 9, Human Relations, by creating Article 3, Landlord-Tenant Notice Requirements, Section 9-47, Notice of Termination of Monthly Residential Tenancy without specific duration, and creating Section 9-48, Written Notification Requirements related to rental payment increases for residential tenancies, to require 60 days written notice for termination of tenancies and increases in rental rates, providing a conflicts clause, a codification clause, and a severability clause, providing an effective date, and for other purposes. Madam Chair, members of the board, we do have public comment on this item. The acceptance of public comment cards on this item is now closed.
Motion to approve ordinance number 4215.
Second.
All right, Mr. Evans?
Madam Chair, members of the board, at this time, I'd like to have the Assistant City Manager, Ms. Deirdre Jacobs, make this presentation.
Sure. Thank you, Ms. Evans. Good evening, Madam Chair, Mayor Felder, other council persons in your respective place, City Manager Evans, Attorney Nguyen, and City Clerk, Robinson. For the record, my name is Deirdre Jacobs, and I'm the Assistant City Manager here with the City of Riviera Beach. This evening, for your consideration on first reading is ordinance number 4215. The impetus for this item centers on a means to assist residential rental tenants in the city with being able to navigate certain housing availability and affordability matters. First off, ordinance number 4215 seeks to assist residential tenants in two different ways. The first being that it will require residential landlords in the city to give 60 days notice, prior written notice to all residential tenants, with a lease set term or a monthly tenancy without a specific duration of a proposed rental rate increase that exceeds 5%. This will ensure that the tenants with a set lease term and monthly tenants without a set lease term or duration are given fair notice of 60 days of any potential rent increase before the rent increase actually occurs. Currently, there is no law in place that requires such notice. Secondly, ordinance number 4215 will require residential landlords in the city to give 60 days prior written notice of termination to all residential tenants with a specific duration in which the rent is payable on a monthly basis. Currently, Florida statute only requires 15 days prior notice before a month-to-month tenancy without a set duration may be terminated. Over the past few months, other entities such as Lake Worth, the City of West Palm Beach, Green Acres, they've all put certain legislation in place that's commensurate with this particular item. Additionally, Palm Beach County will be doing the same on August the 23rd. Thank you for listening to my presentation. If you have any questions, I'm here to respond.
All right, thank you. We'll go to public comment, and then we'll come back.
Bonnie Larson, Dosha Newbold, J.B. Dixon.
Bonnie Larson. I've been reading about cities doing this, and thank goodness they're doing it. What I'm wondering about this, however, is that I'm sure we got a copy of this from some other city, but if we do that, that's fine. Don't reinvent the wheel, but I think we can tweak this some. Let's make ours the one that people want to copy, because I think there are a lot of loopholes and things in here which should be taken care of. Some cities are doing 90 days, we're doing 60. It doesn't say how to deliver it. It says it must be delivered in writing. You have to be real specific. It doesn't say how you're going to get that to them in writing. You're going to send it certified mail, or you're going to do this, or you're going to do that. There's a lot of things here. And here it doesn't mention about the increase. Let's say you're having an increase in rent. In this, what I'm reading here on this ordinance, doesn't say 5%, doesn't say anything. Somewhere else I read 5%, but if it's going to be 5%, it should say it in the ordinance. That if they're going to, it should be specific about what you're going to do. So like I said, it's fine to copy somebody else's, but let's do it ourselves too, and let's tweak it, and let's get rid of all those loopholes that other cities have forgotten about. Let's be the one to lead the pack here. And what about, I have a question here, it just mentions tenants, and I've run into 2 people this week alone who told me they were living in their cars. They just volunteered that to me for whatever reason, and I thought, what an awful way to be. And you know, if you're a single mother, you have 4 children, 60 days, oh boy, let's say you're trying to work, and now you got to run out and find a place that'll take you and your 4 kids. It's a very tough situation to be in. So, all right, there's no provision in here for business rentals. what if you are renting out your place to a business? Is this going to apply to them too? It doesn't mention businesses, but what about them? Like I said, there's a lot of loopholes in here and things that we can add before we, finalize this, but let's do a little more work on this if we can, because like I said, on this one, it doesn't say 5%. Somewhere else it does, but it should, if it's going to be 5%, it should say 5% or whatever percentage. Thank you.
Dosha Newbold.
Thank you.
J.B. Dixon.
Good night again.
Good evening.
I don't agree with this. I think you should put in for the 60-day increase. I don't know if you know it, but that's how I make my money. I'm a landlord. I have 13 properties. This is going to ruin it for owners. First of all, by the time you get ready to evict someone, at least I can speak for myself and most of the people that I know, they already owe me for a month and a half. Before I've concluded they can't catch up, I need to evict them. On the lower end of a residential eviction, if they don't write back to the judge or whatever, it's $600 to $750. Let's keep the money in mind. So now I've gone to try to evict them. Now I got to follow the city policy. I gave them the 3-day notice. I got to give them 60 days. Now we're talking about 90 days that these people are staying into my unit, or 120 days free, because I have to give them a notice. Most people that you evict, they're angry and they destroy your property. So now we have the cost of the eviction, the cost of the repair, and for those that have a mortgage, now you're 4 months behind in your mortgage payment because you were depending on the rent to help you pay the mortgage, which is common sense. But the bank doesn't take 120 days before foreclosure. They give you a 30-day notice, a 60-day notice. On the 90th day, they start foreclosure. So now you're in a foreclosure situation. You got to pay late fees to the bank, foreclosure fees, attorney fees, when you finally get your property back, if this goes into effect. So to me, I don't have a problem with the increase being 60 days, because you shouldn't just increase someone's rent without proper notice. But to tell us that we have to give them 60 days on top of the time you've already given them because you've trusted they're going to pay when they know they don't have the money by the time you conclude it. We're at 121 days. So that needs to come out, because this shouldn't be the city business. And what it's going to do is make landlords get very smart. Since I got to get 60 days on top of your 30 days, in order to move in, the price is going to be astronomical, because I'm going to cover for them 60 days. You're going to pay me, instead of first, last, and security, you're going to give me the 60 days the city required, first month, last month, and security, which will still keep the people homeless. More importantly, they got adopted family. They have a lot of grant money and rental assistance money. We should steer them in that direction to help them get into something that's affordable. Have a nice evening.
Thank you.
J.B. Dixon.
She's passing.
That
That's it.
concludes.
All right. Questions, comments for the board?
Madam Chair.
Oh,
Oh, did you? I'm sorry, did he already?
no, he's gonna let somebody else go first. Go ahead.
Oh, that's nice. So I, of course, everybody wants to support this, and naturally, it is going to have a negative impact on some landlords, but think about the impact that the lack of notice is having on the renters and the tenants. It's as Bonnie Lawson said, a day doesn't go by practically that we don't hear about somebody who's in their car. So, this is a concern that I think we all share. I'm concerned because the county is about to adopt one on August 23rd, and we've been working with the county for some time on this, and I wonder if the enforcement mechanisms that are in the county ordinance, will we be adopting or opting out of the county? I hope that we will not be opting out of the county ordinance, because most municipalities will be opting in. So that's my comment.
Anyone else? Mr. McCoy?
Yes, Madam Chair. So that's a good point. I actually did just take a glance at what was proposed at the county. Ms. Wynn, I don't know, it may be premature to say exactly the interpretation of that, but the way I read it, is that we're going to rely on Palm Beach County's code enforcement department?
No, sir. The way the county ordinance reads is that for their enforcement, they'll use their code enforcement. However, I think it's the last clause in here that says if municipalities choose to opt in, they should use their own code enforcement. So the county won't take on the cost of enforcement for the cities. It's on page 6, at the top, subparagraph C.
Okay, well, I gave you the copy that I looked at back. If you could share it with us tomorrow sometimes, or, in the next coming days.
Okay.
But I do have some concerns, and I would agree with the speaker. It's one thing that we can, in fairness, support residential tenants by saying if a landlord wants to increase your rent above 5%, I think it's not unreasonable to give someone 60 days, because ultimately I believe a landlord is obviously trying to provide a service and, property, but I think that's in most cases reasonable for a landlord to extend that. But the very purpose of a month-to-month lease, members, is so that you don't have a long-term commitment. Now, I guess when you look at the language, one of the things that I noticed was on the second portion of the ordinance regarding the rent increase, there is a component that allows for the parties to agree to waive the provisions. So if they agree to some sort of amenable percentage, that is permissible. But can, Ms. Nguyen, in your reading and understanding of this first part regarding the termination of tenancy, can the landlord or tenant agree to waive that 60 days and follow the state statute of 15 days?
Not if this goes into effect. I mean, of course, if the tenant agrees, but I don't see that happening.
Okay, follow up.
Go ahead.
So the next thing that I notice is missing from here. This clearly only applies to month-to-month leases. What about situations where you have someone that's doing a weekly rate? This ordinance does not encompass weekly tenancies.
That's correct.
Okay, so this is going to be really interesting, because I don't know how you consider this, and maybe Mr. Evans is aware, but we have this place out on Military Trail at the southernmost border of the city limits called In-Town Suites, which is almost sort of like a hotel, but they're weekly suite rentals. How do you treat something like that? I mean, do you now tell In-Town Suites that they have to give that person in their 60 days notice if they were actually doing a month-to-month tenancy type arrangements? So I don't expect you to answer the question if you don't know, but that essentially what we're about to regulate, a situation where you're going to have an extended stay turning into almost a quarterly type living arrangement. And I just don't think that from this perspective is a good idea. I mean, that is the very purpose, and almost this is pure fundamental bureaucracy and government interference. If you have two private parties that agree to do a month-to-month tenancy, now we have local governments, including the cities and municipalities, now attempting to take on a role in a private party transaction to extend that to 60 days. And I'm all for tenants, right, as far as being provided reasonable notice, but I think it is completely unreasonable to have someone that has a 30-day, month-to-month tenancy, but then when either party chooses to terminate it, you now are going to require 60 days. The notice provision, the notice time period doubles the actual monthly rental period. And I just think that that's completely unreasonable, because for all intents and purposes, and I said this earlier relative to where we're going, every single fee relative to owning a home in this city is almost going up, with the exception of the millage rate. But obviously, we're going to realize an increase because of the increased property values. But we're considering a stormwater increase, water increase, fire assessment, just for starters. And I think, we've seen where we've went in this insurance market. I just think that this is bad news for anybody that's a property owner in the city. Now, certainly we do have, and here's the balance, right? We have 70% of our, close to 70% of our housing stock that's investor owned. So that really puts it in perspective that 70% of our residents are tenants, or at least in some sort of single family or multifamily unit. But the issue, I believe, more importantly, is a landlord should not be tied down and committed even after the fact. Now, this is very important to also note, Ms. Wynn, and I would ask that you also provide some additional details on this. So this being adopted, if we take this up on the 18th, I believe we're back here on second reading, this would go in effect to any other month-to-month transaction that's already occurring. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So this isn't giving them any time to actually, modify those month-to-month agreements. This is going to basically have a retroactive effect that at that point, come the 18th, in fact, come the 19th, a landlord is going to be required to extend a 60-day notice if they want to basically get their property back. And I just think, it's a lot of reasons why this doesn't work. And I'll tell you one last thing, and I'll yield back. The Centers for Disease Control attempted to do some modifications to, I guess, a moratorium, what it was, on evictions. And clearly, I know the intent was good, but that was not upheld in court simply because I think one of the bases for that argument is that you're essentially depriving a property owner the economic use of their property for a period indefinite. And I just think that this is bad news. And, as much as I help, and I think it was said earlier, we have some resources. And I tell you, the county even still has this program. And I talk to a lot of property owners that have tenants. And for some reason, there's this reluctance to go down and get assistance when folks are offering it from the county. And, I can understand there's some pride. But the truth of the matter is, I think the speaker said it best, mortgage companies and insurance companies aren't extending that reprieve, for 60, 90 days. And ultimately, if you tell somebody that, hey, in 60 days, I'm going to not extend your tenancy here, it's going to be terminated, I seriously doubt that you're going to get any compliance as far as rental payments from that person. And I want to be fair to everybody. And it's just not essentially all about the tenants. I think we have to look at it from a holistic approach and use some of those partner resources that we have. And that's particularly why I knew this item was on the agenda, that I asked Congresswoman Sheffield McCormick about the housing initiatives of $7.4 million. And what I wasn't clear on is that specific for the district. So obviously if there are funds or resources and programs that actually work or there's funding for, let's figure out how we can use it to help our tenants. But I just think giving someone a free pass to just stay there for 60 days creates problems, I think, for not just the landlords, but ultimately, we're going to yield those calls and have to receive those complaints as well. So I don't think I'm going to be able to support this. Madam Chair, I want to offer, outside of bifurcating the two, because I think, one, I can go along with the 60-day provision, but I would offer an amendment later to remove the 60-day termination provision, which is in the first half of that ordinance, after the members have spoken, Madam Chair.
Okay.
Thanks.
Madam Chair?
Go ahead.
So, I heard my colleagues' concerns, remembering and understanding first and foremost that we are in an absolute crisis. Riviera Beach is over 75% rental community, and we've asked for this ordinance or something similar to this ordinance probably about 3 months ago. To finally have this and to have these discussions, it gave us an opportunity to speak to some of our landlords and residents in the community and have them come address their concerns. So thank you for the issues and concerns that you've addressed, and maybe we could possibly incorporate an amendment to it as our colleague. But the biggest concern I had tonight is that we address the increases in rentals, which we've talked about, but we also try to figure out an amicable solution to the notice. Because understanding the eviction process is a lengthy process, I would actually ask my colleagues to possibly entertain a default of the 60-day notice if the tenant defaults on their rent within that 3-day period, possibly incorporating a means to revert back to the state statute of 15 days or a 30-day notice, so that if they don't pay their rents during that 60-day period, then we can still go ahead and move forward with the eviction, but it would revert back to the tendency of it being 15 days. Something for us to take into consideration. Attorney Nguyen, this has to be read at the second on the 19th, correct?
If you move it forward tonight, whatever the...
Sorry, Attorney Nguyen, I couldn't hear you.
2 weeks from today, if you move it forward tonight.
Okay. And then I wanted to ask a question, because this ordinance Councilman McCoy addressed the week-to-week rentals, but Florida Statute 83.03 says tenancy on week-to-week gives no less than a 7-day notice prior to the end of the weekly period. So this ordinance would not affect those weekly rental rates, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So that concern, to my colleague, it wouldn't address similar landlords that are here in our community. So addressing her concern, and it's a similar concern that I've spoke to many residents since we announced this, possibly looking at reverting back if the tenant does default on rental, on paying their rent, and reverting back to the 15 days and offsetting this clause. It gives some leverage to the individuals that are trying to find somewhere to go, gives leverage to our landlords, but also lets people know that they're not just going to squat in our properties for free. They're not going to just sit anywhere, and give them an option to find some additional resources. So if the reasoning is that they just don't want to pay because they've been defaulted, that's not acceptable. And I would agree to revert it back to that 15-day notice. But if they're trying to work with the landlord, if they're trying to find a place, and they're trying to get city resources and county resources, then I think 60 days is sufficient, and I would agree with this term, and possibly having a caveat to it to say if they default on their rental, on their rent, then they would actually revert back to the state statute. So that's just up for discussion, colleagues, if we have any other feedback on that.
I have a question. So you're saying if
they don't pay their rent, it goes back to 15 days.
Is that what I was trying to say? Yeah, I was trying to figure that out because, I mean, well, what would be otherwise? I mean, they would be leaving, I mean, why would we even be addressing this issue? I mean, isn't the point is that they would not be paying they haven't paid their rent? That's why they're being evicted?
No, that's not the purpose of this ordinance, Madam Chair, or that's not the intent. The intent is that landlords have been spiking up the rental rate.
Well, no, I know about the part about the increasing, not that part. But giving them we just talked about them getting the extra 60 days if they haven't paid their rent. And then they're getting an additional 60 days.
Well, this doesn't say that they can just live there rent-free for 60 days.
Well, I know it doesn't say that, but that's what it would imply, wouldn't it? Am I reading it wrong? Ms. Wynn?
You're reading it correctly. So if I can explain, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
The first part that deals with the notice, there could be many reasons why a landlord doesn't want the tenant there. It doesn't just have to be non-payment, right? And, I mean, there could be some destruction of property, as an example. But you could also, under the second provision, if the landlord wants to increase the rent by more than 5%, they've given them the 60-day notice that they want to increase the rent by more than 5%, and the tenant doesn't agree, then that 60-day notice would kick in as well, to vacate.
Right. Okay. Anyone else? All right, so where are we with this? We have Mr. McCoy. Can you restate your amendment?
Madam Chair, I wanted to offer the amendment to remove the 60-day notice of termination altogether.
The 9.47?
Correct. And that's just solely for the termination, because state statute currently allows 15 days. We're going to quadruple that to 60 days. I think that's unreasonable. And I think the issue, and let me clarify this. So I've seen property owners utilize the month-to-month tenancy for specific reasons. There is no defense to a month-to-month tenancy if the landlord chooses to recover their property. You know, if they, for some reason, need to move into the property, they shouldn't be bound to 60 days. The month-to-month tenancy sets forth that you shouldn't expect to be here on a long-term basis. If, for instance, that tenant doesn't, at the beginning of the month, doesn't pay their rent, I think you always have other options under, removing a tenant for non-payment. But essentially, if you go that route, now a tenant can interpose many defenses to why they didn't pay. I think this was set up specifically so that you don't have tenants that will throw anything against the wall to try to delay the eviction process, they come up with all different kind of excuses. It's like, I've seen this just as recent, where a tenant would say, well, the landlord didn't fix this or didn't fix that. Well, you can't raise that now after the eviction has gotten started and filed in court. So I think sometimes, we create these situations, and I think this is certainly going to do it, where this amplifies the amount of time a tenant can tie up someone's place. And if, you have a tenant that's probably not the best, there may be some other damages that the property owner can face. I just think that we need to follow it. Now, here's the other alternative, and I'm not certainly trying to suggest that someone should circumvent this, but you're going to create a situation just like this lady said tonight. I never even thought of that, but if you're a landlord, if you tell somebody in order to move into my place, you got to pay me 3 months of rent, that's going to make it completely unattainable for someone to get in. That's 3 months of rent. Plus, they're probably going to want the last month and the security deposit. So you're talking about they're going to ask for nearly 5 months worth of rent in order to move into a unit or a home. The other option is, why I don't think we should address this is because this doesn't even go far enough. All the landlord should do is says, I'm moving your month-to-month rent down to weekly. And currently, as it stands, there's nothing to stop that. In fact, I think state statute allows, if you're on a week-to-week basis, they allow 7 days notice. I wouldn't want to see that. I think keeping it at what the state statute provides at least gives them 15 days. And this is not, obviously there is this understanding that this is not a long-term tenancy already on month-to-month tenancies, And then the other option is, if we take this out on the 18th, all these property owners can show up and put every tenant they have on a 60-day notice. You know what that means? You were given notice. I can evict you in 9 months. I can evict you in a year, but I've fulfilled the requirement under the law to give you 60-day notice. I think this is just a bad precedent to start. And, I can tell you what happened. Earlier this year, I asked Ms. Nguyen if she could look at what the county has on their website, specifically regarding the county attorney's office and legal advice, because so often we get calls about, hey, you guys are my representative. I'm going through a landlord-tenant matter with my landlord, and I'm like, well, I can't give you legal advice, and certainly the city attorney is not going to be able to give you legal advice. And I think that's going to create a situation where individuals believe that they can come to city council and thinking that we can insert ourselves into landlord-tenant matters, and I think we're basically creating the groundwork for that to already occur. And as much as I empathize with folks, I mean, there are programs out here, but truly, if this is something that you can't cooperate with or doesn't work for you being a tenant in someone's property, I think in all fairness, we shouldn't deprive or put the property owner or the landlord at a disadvantage for that. So that's why, I think just sticking with what the state provides is pretty good. And that amendment would be to remove section 9-47 is what I was offering, Madam Chair.
Okay. Ms. Nguyen, did you state what the county's
Ordinance?
Yeah.
Yeah, the proposed county ordinance basically says the same thing, that a landlord that doesn't want to renew has to give not less than 60 days written notice of non-renewal. If they want to terminate a tenancy that doesn't have a specific term, they have to give not less than 60 days notice. And then if they want to increase the rental rate by more than 5%, they have to give 60 days written notice. It's the same as what's in ours, except that, of course, municipalities have the right to opt in or not. So you have the choice to opt into the counties and do your own enforcement, not do anything, or adopt your own, which is considered opting out.
And theirs is going before the board, the county's board when?
August 23rd for first reading, which means that if it's adopted, it'll be adopted in September.
Now, as far as the enforcement part, what was the outcome on how that would be enforced?
I'm sorry?
The enforcement part of it?
Under the county?
Mm-hmm.
It would go to their code enforcement special magistrate. Only for the cases in unincorporated Palm Beach County. If we were to opt in, we would have to do it under our own code enforcement. Our ordinance and all the other city ordinances don't have enforcement going to code enforcement. They don't have enforcement at all because they don't have the capability. It's the reasons that they've given in their city council meetings. And so basically, all these ordinances do that don't have enforcement is allows the tenant, if the landlord doesn't give them the 60-day notice, to go into court during the eviction process and say, they can't evict me right now because they didn't give me the 60-day notice under the ordinance.
Okay, so there's no enforcement on our end. They would have to take it to court.
Right.
Okay. Anyone else?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
So in listening to the point of view of the landlord, I think what we have to be concerned about is we want, on the one hand, to give good renters the ability to find another place. So we need to put this 60-day in place if there's going to be an increase, but we also have to give the landlord, and I think this may be what Mr. Lawson was saying earlier, we also need to give the landlord some way to evict a tenant that just flat out refuses to pay. So, because I think the intent of this, both on the county's part and perhaps on our part, was to ensure that people didn't get blindsided and all of a sudden the landlord's trying to give them a 25 or 30% increase. That, they just need more time to find another place. But we also have to be worried about the landlord. And I think what perhaps Mr. Lawson was recommending is that we insert some kind of a clause that says, look, it's okay to evict somebody after 15 days if they just flat out refuse to pay anything. I mean, the intent of this was to prevent landlords from gouging, basically. So I think we can accomplish that, but at the same time protect landlords from renters who are just going to be deadbeats. But we've got to find a way to do that.
So, Madam Chair?
Yes.
I think I'm hearing two different things, though, Dr. Botel, the way you just explained it. What I believe Mr. Lawson said was keep the 60-day provision in, and if during that 60-day period they stop paying, then it reverts back to the state statute. I want to make sure that what you're saying or not saying is that in the event the landlord wants to evict for failure to pay from the beginning?
No, I'm saying what you said first.
Okay.
Yeah.
I believe that's exactly what Dr. Botel did state is exactly what I was, my intent is that let's put a clause in that can protect our landlords as well as our tenants, because there's a reason that, the counties and the local municipalities are putting this ordinance in place. But as the speaker spoke tonight, that it's valid that individuals will sit and take advantage of this policy. So we need to make sure that we're protecting all parties at hand. So that is my question. That was more of the discussion item, as Dr. Botel stated. It's what are the parameters we can put in place to protect both parties, implementing this policy, and then also protecting them in the event that a tenant does default within that 60-day period. So if they give the 60-day notice and the tenant just says, okay, I'm just not going to pay, then it reverts back, or we can find maybe 30 days. We have to have a discussion and we implement the policy.
Madam Chair.
If it initially is because of non-payment, we're still thinking about giving that extra time? Or does it revert back, or they don't even qualify for the grace period?
I wouldn't let them qualify. If individuals are not paying rental assistance, there's a lot of resources out there.
Yeah,
I've
right.
had tenants just sit in properties and not pay rent. So
Right.
this is not my intent. It is to protect the individuals the individuals that are being price gouged by landlords, that are being unfair to them, that say, okay, well, rents went up 40%.
Well, no, the increase part I'm fine with. The second part I'm
Correct.
fine.
So the second part, we just have to put a parameter that protects both parties. So we have to put something into the ordinance that would determine that. And I'm asking the question because I'm throwing out the ideas as to what would be a amicable solution for both.
I mean, I think what you said earlier, and then also adding the part, if it's for non-payment, then it does not qualify at all.
So for instance, Madam Chair, the current section 9-47 says that the landlord has to give not less than 60 days written notice prior to the end of the monthly period. And we would add a sentence that says something like, in the event after the 60-day notice is given, the tenant fails to pay rent, that the notice requirement would revert back to the statutory notice requirement of 15 days.
Right.
Is that correct?
Because they would be issuing the 60-day notice because they have not paid. And if they choose to not make it right,
No.
No.
They would be given the 60-day notice just because the landlord wants to terminate the month-to-month lease for whatever reason.
I know, but I'm only talking about the non-payment right now.
The non-payment would only kick in, my understanding, and Mr. Lawson and Dr. Botel, correct me if I'm wrong, is, I think the scenario is the landlord gives me a 60-day notice, and then I say, well, I'm just not going to pay because I'm just going to save up my money. Right. At that point in time, it would revert back to the statute and the 15 days would kick in.
But given the 60-day notice for what reason? That they're going up on rent, or that because they have not paid their rent, I'm going to give you a 60-day notice?
It could be for any reason. Maybe they want to sell the property.
Right, so that's why I'm saying, because we're only talking about, the concern is people who are not paying. We don't want them to benefit from the 60 days.
Right.
So my question, I'm trying to separate that part, because if that is the reason why, then we don't even entertain the 60 days.
And that's not what I thought you all were saying.
No, it
and
wasn't.
I don't know that we can do that,
Okay.
because I think that takes it further. There's a Florida statute that governs landlord-tenant law, and there's only a small portion of what you can do, and this is what you can do.
Okay.
There's an Attorney General opinion from 1994 where Miami Beach increased the 15 days to 30. And the Attorney General said that they could do that, just that time frame. Everything else is preempted to the state as it relates to landlord-tenant law.
Okay, so then only what you all said initially and agreed on, the two people on the end agreed on how that was worded is where we're talking about going.
Yeah.
And
Right.
that we
And if
can't do anything.
if I find a reason that, after this meeting that we can't do it, then I'll be sure to let you all know that.
And Madam Chair?
Yes.
I really do think that we ought to speak to the county about this deficiency in the ordinance that they're proposing for the county, because perhaps they haven't thought about it from the perspective of a landlord. And I think it's important not to disrespect landlords who are not going to gouge and who are trying to do the right thing, but who have tenants who are just deadbeats, I hate to use that word, but who are just not paying. So I think that there ought to be a balance between protecting the landlord and ensuring that people are not being forced out of their homes by landlords who are unscrupulous and giving them 50% rate. I mean, we've heard about this. We've
Well,
heard
that
about.
part, I think we're okay with.
Yeah.
I don't think that's the issue. We're
Yes.
good with the 60-day
Yeah, so I think the way to do it
increase.
is what she said.
Yeah.
And Madam Chair, that was actually what Councilman McCoy raised the issue, because there's just some loopholes in this policy that could cause for unpaying tenants to take advantage of that 60-day period.
Right.
And I think we just need to protect all parties at hand.
So
So I don't think non-payment was the intent of the original policy. I think it was just for landlords that wanted to terminate because of sale, because of rental increases, because they just wanted the tenants to leave. But if they're paying their rent on time in the current terms of the lease, and they're paying for them, they can give them the 60-day notice. But if non-payment occurs during that period, I think it should revert back to maybe that 15-day period. And if non-payment should not be factored into the conversation when it comes to this 60-day notice. If non-payment is the issue, then they can just stick to the policy as the 15-day Florida statute.
okay, so that would be put into them. We would just say do we need to say that in there?
I have it.
Okay. Mr. McCoy? Do you still need to say something? I know you were trying to
Yes,
get my attention earlier.
I still would removing it altogether. 9-47.
You say remove the whole thing?
Right, because let's just say we adopt this as is. I think it's much more harmful, and I'm not saying that this landlord is going to do that, but it's much more harmful for the housing market and for tenants if a landlord says, instead of that, in order to move in my place, you need 5 months worth of rent. I think that is much more harsh than, us removing this, because either way, just like, fire assessments, those are going to get passed on to the tenants, and I don't want to delay the inevitable or make it that much more difficult for the next tenant to come in when they usually could only pay, let's just say for round number's sake, $2,000 a month. Now with this new provision that the city of Riviera Beach has imposed, this landlord wants the first 3 months up front, and then the last month, and then also a security deposit that's equal to the cost. That's $10,000. Can you imagine?
Yeah, you can't do
And I mean, I don't want to believe that that's where we'll go, but you got to understand that anything that happens to a landlord, be it whatever price or ad valorem tax revenue or fire assessment, is ultimately going to get passed down, even with the insurance thing. And I just think this is something that we probably should not even touch, you know, because again, we had the CDC moratorium to get overturned in federal court. I think this is almost to that point where, you know, we live in a capitalist country, and, you know, everything is about being able, having the opportunity to earn a living and make a dollar. I just don't believe that a court is going to uphold us, or not us in particular, but any government agency, you know, depriving an owner of its economic use of the property. And I think we're going down that road if we adopt this. Now, the other interesting provision, Ms. Wynn, is, let's just say, for instance, and this is where it's going to get really interesting, and I've had this happen, and I think Ms. Newbold might even can attest to this, but when you arrive at the end of your lease, which I mean end of lease, that means the landlord has satisfied all their responsibilities under the law. Well, you know what that next day presents? That very next day, if they haven't extended the lease, creates a provision under statute called holdover. That means that landlord is entitled, under the letter of the state law, double rent. And I just don't want to put anybody in that situation where you were paying $2,000, but you know what? I'm going to force my landlord to do a month to month. Well, guess what? The statute protects the landlord in that fashion, that now if you stay over to that new day into a new month, they can charge you double the rent. And I think we're creating more, and if I can use Mr. Evans' term, I mean, I don't think the juice is worth the squeeze on this. And I just would rather rely on the state. Now, obviously, if the county does it, you know, then we'll revisit it then as to what our enforcement is. And even still, Ms. Wynn, I think it's important to send to all board members, they had some very harsh penalties in there for landlords. I think I seen $1,000 a day. I mean, can you imagine a landlord paying $1,000 a day for a property that they rent for maybe $1,000 a month for violating this? And I'm just like, this is going to be a real problem for, and I mean, obviously, I think, you know, 2/4 of economic downturn is definition of a recession. I don't know that this is going to get any better, but I think us creating these kind of restrictive ordinances is going to help further that and make it get worse. You know, and I want to help tenants, but, you know, you can't, I mean, we only can help them to the extent that the landlord is willing to do that. So, you know, it'd be my position altogether that we just cut the first portion of that ordinance, which was 9-47. And that's my amendment if all the other members are done.
Okay. All right, Councilwoman Chair Pro Tem Lanier, Mayor, you have any input for this before we move forward?
I think that the situation in terms of how the tenant is treated is fair in terms of making sure that if the rent is going to increase more than 5%, then they're given a notice. But on the other hand, we don't want to be punitive to residents and tenants. I understand the situation where if a person is not paying rent, that's a whole nother ballgame. What we're trying to protect is people who are put in a situation where they have to leave because, say, the landlord wants to sell the property. They're given 60 days to be able to get out and to find them some place to stay, but to punish a tenant because of that, I don't see that works. That doesn't work for me. I understand the position of the landlord because they have to get their money. That's just a given. I mean, they're renting the property, they're supposed to get paid every month. If they don't get paid every month, then the person should leave. I mean, they should have the right to be able to evict them. But what I don't want to get into is being punitive to renters who pay their rent. And a lot of times, if they don't pay, they get evicted. That's just, I mean, I think that's just a given. But I don't want to get into a situation where we're penalizing poor people because the person wants to sell the property or the person wants to go up on the rent, whatever the case may be, because that's exactly what I think most of these policies are geared towards. They're not geared towards giving tenants the opportunity to live in somebody's property rent-free. That is something that should not happen, and there's a process for them to be evicted. I agree with that. But what I don't want to happen is that people who do pay their rent not be given the opportunity to be able to move or to find someplace else to live because of no fault of their own. They have to leave the property.
All right, Mayor?
Yeah, Madam Chair, it's a sticky situation because everybody has a valid point, and you know, just renting to some tenants myself, it's a very sticky situation because you want to help people, but at the same time, when they're not paying rent, right? I've had places just messed up because, and going to court, I think the tenant had more rights than I had, right? And so you know, it's just sticky. I listened to Councilman Lawson and Dr. Botel, and you know, I kind of agree with that. I think that gives, you're really trying to help the person, but also I'm listening to Councilman McCoy, like, don't change anything and let it stay the same. So I'm kind of just caught up in the middle because I thought the program was based on keeping a landlord from raising the rent and then having a tenant, you know, have to make that decision that they had to leave. But now we're getting in, if you're not paying rent, you are paying rent. So I just wish we could have more conversation. I like Councilman McCoy said, let's see what the county's going to do and probably come out and have more conversation about it. Thank you.
So I think we all seem to be on the same page with the 9-48 part. What about coming back at a later time with the 9-47? See what the county does on their end, and then we can bring it back for that section. We can move forward with the 9-48 and wait until the county, and if we want to do our own or do nothing or follow the county, then we can.
Madam Chair, also we have to, and I understand landlord rights, certainly understand it, and people can't pay, then that's another ballgame. But we also have to understand non-payment is tied to affordability and also now to inflation. People are not being able to pay rent because of inflation, because of the lack of affordable housing. So you have to be very careful how we graft and how we design this ordinance, because we want to make sure that we're not punishing poor people for being able to live in a decent place, but also we don't want to punish the landlords for not being able to keep tenants who pay rent. So that's a very fine line that we have to make sure that we're very clear about what our message is from the city of Riviera Beach.
No, and I agree. I know there are still some landlords dealing with the fact that, you know, when they had the, oh gosh, my words are not coming to me tonight, the moratorium. And you know, a lot of them haven't recouped the money from then, and so it's affecting everybody on both ends. But I think if we do 9-48, that I think we all can live with. I think that's fair, given the times. But the 9-47, maybe we can come back at another time on that one.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes.
In conversations with other municipal managers, most of them, unless pushed by their elected body, have opted to wait till the county goes ahead and adopts something that's uniform or consistent, because the challenge that they see, and we all see, is a situation whereby if persons own multiple properties in different jurisdictions, then our staff has to know when somebody calls what's West Palm, what's Riviera Beaches, what's Lakes Park, and all that, because invariably those questions get asked of staff. So they said, you know, from their standpoint, one that's consistent and uniformed across the board is the better approach versus any specific municipality drafting policy that's specific to their community, because obviously our community is very transient, and so you have a situation where persons may live in Lake Park today, but in 2 weeks they may live in Riviera Beach, and those may change. And so that's why, from a municipal manager perspective, most of them, I would say probably roughly about 90% of the government entities that I've had an opportunity to have a conversation with at the municipal manager level are waiting to see what the county comes forward with. And if that's not far enough, then there's subsequent conversations that they would have at their board level.
Right.
So, Madam Chair, should we table this until after the county has their?
Yeah, I would think that would, I mean, if we are not set on moving forward with it, with half of it, then yeah, we could do that. Postpone it till.
Until after, yeah. But,
Well, we can table it and then take it off the table
yeah,
whenever we.
but Madam Chair, I do think that we ought to express our concerns on the part of the landlords to the county so that they can take that into consideration. And I really appreciate having that information and having that perspective. I think we ought to let them know that we think that the county ordinance should be modified.
Yeah, so attend the August 23rd meeting at the county.
Oh, Mr. Evans.
She will.
We can.
All right, so
We can reach out.
Yeah.
are we on the same page with tabling, or we're dead set on wanting to approve something?
I'll make a motion to table this until such time as we have more information from what the county is going to do.
All right.
I believe it's postponed is the correct.
Yeah.
Postpone, sorry, postpone.
Postpone, you need a date.
Oh.
And
Table, you could just table it and we take it off when we.
I recommend that we postpone it until the first meeting in October, which would give us time till after the county's done their thing.
October?
Second.
Okay. Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Lawson,
Yes.
Councilperson McCoy,
Yes.
Councilperson Botel,
Yes.
Pro Tem Lanier,
No.
Chair Millie Anderson.
Yes.
That motion is approved with Councilperson Lanier dissenting.
All right, thank you.
Move to extend the meeting, Madam Chair.
Second. Madam Clerk?
Councilperson McCoy,
Yes,
Oh, wait, extend it to when?
Yeah.
indefinitely. I mean, we got two items.
Okay, to finish the agenda.
Yeah.
All right.
Councilperson McCoy,
Yes.
Councilperson Botel,
Yes.
Councilperson Lawson,
Who?
Yes.
Councilperson Lawson,
Yes.
Pro Tem Lanier,
Yes.
Chair Millie Anderson.
Yes.
Motion approved.
All right, so it took us 3 hours and 49 minutes just to get to the first item on the agenda. So let's see how long it take to get to the others. All right, 11A?
Resolution number 060,
Wait, how do we get, oh, okay, I see. 11A.
Yeah.
resolution number 060-22, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, approving site plan application SP-22-0001 from K Enterprises LLC to replace the existing corrugated metal warehouse building with a 19,140 square foot, two-story building with associated parking and landscaping on property known as 1640 Australian Avenue at the intersection of West 17th Street and identified by parcel control number 5643-4232-19-003-0010, having a future land use designation of industrial, IND, and a zoning designation of light industrial, IL, providing for conditions of approval and providing for an effective date. Madam Chair, members of the board, we do have public comment cards on this item. The acceptance of public comment cards on this item is now closed.
Motion to approve resolution number 60-22.
Second.
All right, Ms. Evans?
Madam Chair, members of the board, if I can have the Assistant City Manager, Ms. Deirdre Jacobs, make this presentation.
All right,
Thank you, Ms. Evans. Good evening, Madam Chair.
good evening.
Mayor Felder, other council persons in your respective places, Mr. Evans, Mrs. Nguyen, and Mrs. Robinson. This evening, I'm bringing before you resolution number 060-22. It involves an application from K Enterprises to construct a secondary building. There are two buildings on the property right now that's addressed at 1640 Australian Avenue. They're proposing to tear down the northernmost building and construct a secondary two-story building on the property. The purpose of the business at this particular point primarily is light manufacturing, and they produce irrigation products. This evening, Mrs. Plunkett is here and represents the company. She has a PowerPoint presentation that she wants to share with you.
Good evening.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Mayor, Council. My name is Nicole Plunkett with Kotler and Herring, and we're the representation for the applicants tonight. Thank you so much for the introduction, and it's been a pleasure working with staff over the past year in this project. Let me see if I can get this technology. Nope. There we go. I'm going to try to keep this as concise as possible because I know that it's late, but this is a really exciting project for us, and we're absolutely thrilled to be here right now. A little bit of history of K-Rain Manufacturing. So in the introduction, K-Rain is an irrigation company, but they are celebrating their 50th year in business this year. They were founded in 1972 by Mr. Carl Kay, 50 years ago, and you can see some old photos up on the PowerPoint, which I really wanted to share as part of the story of this company. They're a multi-generational family-run business, and they've occupied their existing buildings in Riviera Beach for over 30 years. And as their business continues to grow, this site plan approval in front of you tonight will support K-Rain's efforts in the research, development, and testing to provide for a top-tier workplace which will attract high-level talent to our area. We are also working with the Business Development Board of Palm Beach County, and we are trying to see that this project provides for a substantial investment towards the future of our current employees and also by creating high-wage jobs for our area. And tonight I want to thank Mr. Hines, who is with us from the BDB. Thank you so much for spending the time with us and for supporting our project. Well, it worked before. Thank you. Resolution 060-22. Tonight's request is approval to replace the existing corrugated metal warehouse with a 19,140 square foot, 2-story building with associated parking and landscape. Our applicant is K-Rain Enterprises. Kotler and Herring is the landscape architect and planner for the project. And we also have the architecture by Tuttle Design, our engineer, Jeff H. Aravani, and traffic engineer, Kimley Horn. To give you an idea of the location of this particular property, I just wanted to point out a couple of landmarks here within the city of Riviera Beach. And so the Riviera Beach Marina, where we sit tonight, is located right adjacent on the east side of the property, the Port of Palm Beach to the south, and of course the City of Riviera Beach municipal facilities are located up on West Blue Heron Boulevard. The subject property for the K-Rain property site is located just south of Blue Heron Boulevard along Australian Avenue. The land use and zoning for this particular property is important to note. The current land use is industrial, the current zoning is limited industrial, and we are not looking to change any of that. It is existing today, the uses are existing today, and it will continue to maintain that. The reason that I'm showing you these maps, in which we've incorporated in our site plan application, is to show you that the industrial aspect of our particular property is tucked in within other adjacent industrial properties as well. And so the adjacent land uses are consistent and compatible with what is there today. I'm going to walk you through some of the existing conditions of the property. It is 1.63 acres. I've turned this aerial, if you notice, north is to the bottom left, and I've turned it for purposes of better viewing. This is a really great image that shows you what's there on the site today and will help you understand what we're trying to do. So the property sits on Australian Avenue and West 17th Street. It currently has one loading area, as you can see highlighted on the furthest east portion of the site. We're going to be maintaining that loading area, but enhancing it to provide a second loading space adjacent to it as well. The circulation, there are two ways to get into the site. You can access it by vehicle off of West 17th Street, or you can access it off of Australian Avenue into those parking spaces, and so they can have employees within the parking spots or also guests who are visiting the facility. The furthest The furthest access point off of Australian Avenue currently today, if you had a chance to drive past the site, you'll see that there's a compactor and more of like a service area behind there. And with our petition tonight, we're going to be improving the circulation through this site and also moving that compactor inside of the facility. The existing warehouse, there are two of them on the site right now. The existing warehouse, which is the larger one, the 19,365 square foot warehouse, will remain. I do want to point out that it has a 1.3 foot setback from the easternmost property line. The existing warehouse on the northern portion of the site, the 10,767 square foot warehouse, that is the one that we are going to be demolishing, and we are going to be building the new one on top of that for the facilities of the K-Rain property. Now, if you were to drive through this intersection at Australian and West 17th Street, what would you see today? You would see this view. And so this view shows you what you're looking at in that intersection. The closest warehouse within this image is the one that we are demolishing, and the one behind it is the one that's going to remain. I also wanted to point out that this particular property has some mature oak trees across both of the intersecting right-of-ways, which we are going to protect and keep, and we're going to be enhancing the landscape within this petition. This is the view of the brand new warehouse facility. So as you can see in the bottom left-hand corner, we've maintained that loading area that I showed you earlier in the presentation. We're enhancing it, we're improving the facility of it. And when it comes to the architecture, it's 2 floors, research and development. It'll include offices, conference rooms, and just a really nice area to allow K-Room to continue their success with a company right here in the city of Riviera Beach, and to be able to host guests as well. So the architecture is contemporary, yet fits in with the industrial aspect of this particular property. You'll also notice through the architecture, you have clean lines, scoring patterns, canopies, and sun shading elements. And so we're really hoping that this building is going to enhance the Australian Avenue corridor, which I know is so important. I'm going to walk you through a couple of the site plan elements that we looked at as the landscape architects and planners of record for this particular project. Safety, security, and access is really important to us, just generally in our profession. And so the site plan for this, we have the additional loading area. Currently today, if you were to drive past this loading area, there are a couple of parking spots within the loading area, which could cause conflicts. And so what we've done with this revision is to move those vehicle parking spots out of the loading area. So this is just a dedicated loading spot just for the trucks coming in and out. So this is going to reduce the amount of conflicts between vehicle cars and trucks. We're also improving the access of the site, the circulation of the site, and so the vehicles can come all the way down to the south end and out through Australian Avenue or up against West 17th Street. The existing parking of the site today can hold 41 parking spots, and we are proposing 42, which is one above and beyond what is required by the City of Riviera Beach Code. We're also proposing an ADA connection, which currently does not exist today. And so that's just another upgrade to bring this site kind of up to speed with some of the City of Riviera Beach Code compliance items. And of course, the last thing I want to point out on the site plan is how we're moving the compactor from the southernmost area of the property. You can see it as you drive past it. We were talking with staff over the past couple of months about, can we come up with a design solution to screen it or to provide something that's a little bit less visible, and what we came up with was, let's just move it inside. And so that's what we've come up with for this area, to provide some additional parking with overhead door access, so you're still able to get in and out of here, but we're providing just a solution to what you can consider an unsightly view. Green space. This particular site plan amendment increases the pervious green space on site by 741 square feet. And so because of that, the engineers did do drainage review, and because we are increasing the pervious area, the impact is negligible because of the increase the pervious area on site. landscape plan. As I mentioned earlier, you have those beautiful oaks which sit on the buffers of West 17th Street on the north and also Australian Avenue to the west. Those oak trees are going to remain. We are protecting them. And not only that, is we've worked with staff to enhance the landscape as well. And so those are the ones that are there today. We're adding parking islands with oaks, clusia trees, additional sable palms, and then we're also adding some foundation plantings against the new building as well. So those include Japanese blueberries, pygmy date palms, and Montgomery palms. The last thing I want to touch on in my presentation tonight is that we are going to be participating in the MIA-HOP program. What we're doing is we are requesting a reduction of our 15-foot setback for the new building. As you can see, the existing, let's see if I can get this, there we go. The existing setback of this existing warehouse building is 1.3 feet setback, and that has been existing on site for many, many years. This proposal for our new facility will extend that 1.3-foot setback. And with our participation in the Minority Employment and Affordable Housing Opportunity Plan, this particular property, we qualify based on the location of the property and the land use. We do qualify for participation in the program. And on top of that, we meet the MIA-HOP purpose and rationale. And in reviewing the particular MIA-HOP plan within your municipal code, two things that really pointed out to me with the purpose of the plan. Two purposes in here is to decrease the unemployment and to encourage revitalization within the city. And I think that this project does just that. And with the rationale explained in the MIA-HOP of the plan, one thing that really spoke to me was that the rationale for the MIA-HOP, and I'm going to read from the code, is to provide solutions to unemployment and lack of affordable housing, because these are two serious challenges that are facing the city. And under current fiscal constraints, the government cannot rely solely upon public programs, but must work with the private sector. And that this program is designed so that the bonuses will reflect the appropriate economic incentive for the particular use or district, which will make it financially advantageous for the developer to use the bonus and provide employment or housing in return. And so with working with staff for our participation in the MIA-HOP program, what we're going to be doing is we're going to be contributing to the Housing Trust Fund. Under this option, we are contributing directly to the Housing Trust Fund in accordance with the calculations and the requirements, and the timing of the contributions will be met as required per the City of Riviera Beach as well. And so our contribution, which is also written as a condition of approval, has calculated out to be $2,186.52. And when we were at the Planning and Zoning Board in May, we did receive unanimous approval within the board. Something that came up with discussions of the participation of the MIA-HOP program was they asked us as the applicant if we could work with the city staff to come up with 3 additional conditions of approval that are related to publicizing employment opportunities through the City of Riviera Beach and also through the Black Chamber of Commerce within Palm Beach County. And so I just wanted to point out that conditions of approval number 9, number 10, and number 11 were come up with in collaboration as a request from the Planning and Zoning Board and us working with city staff. And we are in agreement with all of the conditions of approval that staff has presented to you in the draft resolution tonight. And I want to mention that our team from K-Rain is here as well. So if you have any additional questions, we're happy to answer it, and really, really appreciate your time on this.
Thank you so much for your presentation. We'll go to public comment, and then we'll come back to the board.
Bonnie Larson, Mary Bram, Dolores Williams.
Bonnie Larson, very good presentation, and the architecture, it looks really, really nice. My issue, however, is with Mr. Sermons. I have a lot of issues with Mr. Sermons, all right? You read this here, I'm reading it, And it tells you, in order to make good decisions for the city, you have to trust your department heads. They're going to tell you things, and then they're going to tell you the truth, all right? So I'm reading it, and it says it's going to replace an existing corrugated metal warehouse with a 19,000 square foot two-story building. Okay, so you don't know, we don't know there were two buildings on there to start with. We don't know that he's going to replace this existing corrugated warehouse. We don't know how many square feet that was. And now they're going to replace it with a 19,000, so we don't know if that's smaller or larger or what it is. And is the existing building one story? It seems like it is, and now they're replacing it with a two-story. There's so many things he doesn't tell you in here, and you need to know these things. Then he writes here that it's having a future land use designation of industrial. Does that mean they're asking to change the zoning? Sounds like it. And a zoning, no, having a future land use designation of industrial. So it sounds like it's not industrial now. And an existing designation of light industrial. So it sounds like those are changes. But he doesn't tell you that. Then in here, I've noticed he started doing this. He has PZB staff report. That's not the report from the Planning and Zoning Board. We had to learn that tonight. When he writes this, PZ and staff, that department has written it. Has nothing to do with planning and zoning. So you're getting not much information. You should be able to read this and know exactly what's happening. So you don't know if it's what they're replacing it with. Is it smaller? Is it larger? Whatever. Was that one story, two story? Are they asking to have zoning changes here? I don't know any of those things. Now, it says, the young lady just said that there was a 1.3 foot setback. Ooh, that must have been many, many years ago. Also, now it's going to be a 15 foot setback. My other question, Mr. Sermon, he's not here tonight. When did the council decide that we were going to use MEHOP for everything? He's making those decisions, it sounds like, because I never heard the board vote on that. And we're trying to get new companies to come in here and improve, and then we stick them with the MEHOP. Did the council approve that, or did Mr. Sermons alone approve that? Thank you.
Thank you.
Mary Bram, Dolores Williams.
Mary Brand, Riviera Beach.
Good evening.
I was in here, so good to see you all again. I was in here to workshop this in the Planning and Zoning Board. Ms. Savage was in here. And a lot of these things, what she presented up there, and we also made some inclusive comments for them to do. And I see that you all did that to expand the MEHOP program out. So you did take that into consideration. And I made mention about the contemporary style of the buildings. And they are this is what we're saying. We have to have some livable space in here. We cannot be warehoused all over our city. This is in a designated, what we consider in our city, where all the warehouses are. And if this company can make that error over there so others can see too, that even though it is a designated industrial warehouse district, it is even warehouses over there that is for sale. It is warehouses over there that we have built for centuries and years, and no one is in there. But they are coming. They have been here 50 years. And that second story, from what I understand, is going to be also for the other networking partners where they will have offices, conference rooms. Am I correct here? You can just shake your head. These are the things that I know that we also workshop in. So that if they can do it over in that industrial area that has been designated for that, and we also said that those other businesses, warehouses over there too, we as a city too, we can make them not just look like corrugated metal buildings and not keep them up as well. So this right here, it is in the warehouse. Out west where we are livable in our schools and stuff, we have to do better. We have to get into this warehouse district to make it warehouseable and workable in our community. We have that. It was laid out in this city here centuries ago. Instead of just building all of this stuff all across our cities to impact we as residents, children, and schools too. So I'm for this here because, like I said, I was in the Planning and Zoning Board. So, and I know that some things that myself had thinking of, you all did comply.
Thank you, Ms. Brown.
Madam Chair, members of the board, the last card was for Dolores Williams, but I do not see
she's
her.
not here. All righty, board. Questions, comments? All right, Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Botel?
Yes.
Councilperson Lawson?
Yes.
Councilperson McCoy?
Yes.
Pro Tem Lanier?
Yes.
Chair Miller Anderson?
Yes.
Motion approved.
11B. Thank you. 11.
Madam Chair, if you want me to respond to Mrs. Larson's
Yes,
comments, I
please.
can. So the MEHOP is already in place, and the applicant, it was their desire to utilize it in order to meet the variance requirement. So it's not anything that's new. It was already there in existence. With regards to the future land use designation, those are just planning terms that are standard. It's a FLOOP, and then of course it's the regular designation or zoning designation that go hand in hand.
Okay. Thank you so much for that.
A resolution of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, awarding bid number 1069-22-3 to Calvin Giordano and Associates, Inc. of West Palm Beach, Florida, to provide comprehensive plan update services for the City of Riviera Beach in the amount of $185,500, authorizing the mayor and city clerk to execute the contract, authorizing the city manager to approve change orders up to 10%, authorizing the director of finance and administrative services to make payment from account number 101-17101-531000 and providing an effective date. Madam Chair, members of the board, we do have public comment on this item. The acceptance of public comment cards on this item is now closed.
Motion to approve resolution to award bid number 1069-22-3.
Second.
All right, Mr. Evans?
Madam Chair and members of the board, at this time, if I can have our procurement director, Mr. Sutton, make this presentation.
Is this his first presentation?
I think it
We got to
is.
celebrate that afterwards.
All righty. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Bill Sutton, the new procurement director here at the city. It's a pleasure to be before you today. We're here to present a resolution that pertains to a solicitation that was let out. It was done on April 29th of this year, where we got several interests in this particular item. 18 firms downloaded the solicitation. We, however, only got 4 responses to that solicitation. We went through the procurement process and evaluating the 4 firms that did propose this particular item, and without any conflict or existing ordinances or resolutions, we went ahead and recommend to award this item to Calvin and Giordano for the amount of $185,000. The range of bids or of proposals were from $147,000 up to $198,000, and we went ahead and recommended that Calvin and Giordano be awarded this particular item. I'm not sure if there's any other questions with regard to this item. It's for a comprehensive plan that we let back in April, and it's an ongoing item. The last time that this particular item was a full comprehensive plan was maybe 10 or 11 years ago. There have been about 3 or 4 amendments to this plan, but we want to go out and do a full comprehensive plan. I'm actually presenting this because Mr. Sherman is not here for his part of the substantive part of this particular item, but there have been a plan that was generated fully about 10 or 11 years ago. As I said, there's been about 3 or 4 amendments to it, the last one being last year, pertaining to an issue of flooding. So we're going to go out with a full plan. It's anticipated that this item will be for about 20 months. And one of the salient features of this particular item that I read was that the public will be involved initially with this particular plan, and it will incorporate various steps over this 20-month period. I'm not sure if you have any other questions pertaining to this item.
Okay, so what we'll do, we'll go to public comment, and then we'll come to the board and see if they have any questions or comments.
Mary Bram.
Mary Brown, Riviera Beach.
Good evening.
I finally get a chance to meet the new procurement director.
Pull the microphone down.
Finally get a chance to meet the new procurement director.
Thank you.
Welcome aboard.
Thank you.
This comprehensive plan, we know every city, every municipality, this is considered one of the blue maps of every city. This is the layout, the layout, and the build out of every city. And he did state that over a 20-month span period of time, the general public will be involved. And that's just what we want. We have asked for this on occasional times, but we know that this is much, much needed. So I myself and others that were online looking at this, and they was texting in and out, saying that we want this done. And we want a better blueprint of our city. We want the designations that's supposed to be and done. And we want our city to look like our multicultural is. It's not just a one stable city or one stable place. And this comprehensive plan, I am hoping, along with other residents, because we will be involved in this here, that this is just what we do. We have a chance, and I know it's a certain amount of years that every city, every municipality has to do this. What steps and what measures that they take, this is the blueprint right here. So it is critical that we think and we look over the totality of this city here, and exactly here, how are we going to lay it out, how are we going to map it out, and how are we going to build it out in order to build how we're closed in here. Because we cannot go out west anymore. All of that has been sold from us. But on the inside of which I say the mainland. See, I'm not no west side person. We have it all over on the mainland. So the mainland here, everything comes through us. So we are considered the mainland, and we as a residents, we want this city built up as that mainland attraction. Nothing can go out and nothing can come in unless you come to the mainland. So this comprehensive plan is an urgent need and is very important for our city. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the board, that concludes public comment.
All right. Any questions or comments from the board?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Sutton. Welcome to the team.
Thank you.
I look forward to our sit-down with Mr. Evans in a one-on-one. I want to make sure that one of our priorities being addressed from this council is completing and executing the disparity study that we implemented. So
Yes.
that'll be what we move forward with. In
Yes.
reference to this item, I kind of want to hear what our consultants' plans are for making sure that our community charrettes are being held throughout the community. We're touching all corners of the city, and all residents are being engaged and involved in this discussion, because from the very beginning, we've addressed to the council that we have to update our comprehensive plan and our master plan. Comprehensive plan has to be done, and we have not addressed it. We have a lot of development coming, and there's been an economic boom, a real estate boom that's developed. So we want to take a look and make sure we do the comprehensive plan that is catered to our community and what's going to be necessary to develop it properly. So I kind of want to get an idea of how they're going to host these community charrettes with residents.
Well, according to,
Madam Chair, if I may.
Go ahead.
With regards to the community charrettes, I think we have the consultant here that can speak on that.
Yep. Good
Yes.
evening.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Jim Hickey. I'm the Director of Planning for Calvin Giordano Associates. Thank you for being here. Actually, it's been great being here this evening and kind of hearing from the community and kind of the issues that you're facing. So it's actually good to get the firsthand knowledge of the community. We've done public participation for a number of cities. What we really try to focus on when we work with staff is to identify potential locations and also potential groups that we need to meet with. We try to do different types of things. Sometimes folks can't be here for the time to come at this time. We try to do it on weekends. We try to do it in evenings. If you all have events that you sponsor throughout the year, there was talk of a carnival tonight, I think, we could have a booth there and have discussions. Folks that have small children, it's hard for them to get out in the evenings. If we can catch them at those times, even through the pandemic, we've actually found that some of the online works for folks that are working because they can kind of listen in and jump off if they need to and then kind of jump back on. We've found that we've gotten a lot of input from that. But of course, we understand that not everybody has that capability. So we try to come up with a plan that looks at different types of meetings in different groups. Workshops are great, but also one-on-ones, sometimes it's key interviews, especially with the business community, find out what they're looking for, what they need, those types of things. So we try to just do as much as we can in different scenarios as we can to get to groups that we need to get to. I don't know if that answers your question.
Absolutely, thank you. I just want to make sure that that's the focus and the focal point around getting this comprehensive plan updated, is that the input comes directly from staff, these leaders on this dais, and most important, our residents. Thank you, sir.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you so much.
I just have one question, and it's probably not for you, it's probably for Mr. Evans, and it's a part of the contract, and it had, under the housing piece, it says identify opportunities for the city, CDC and CRA, and I'm trying to figure out why the CDC is a part of this, rather than, any nonprofit that can provide those services.
Madam Chair, that's a part of the actual, or Madam Chair, if I may, Madam Vice Chair, that's a part of the overall scopes, but it's going to be exclusive to the city and CRA with regards to the process. I think that was in the original solicitation that came out, but in the actual contract, it's going to be the city and CRA, because we need to make sure that what happens in the CRA is consistent with what happens on the city side. So that's going to be resolved as part of the overall contract and cured, but it will be, CRA input will be considered, but it's going to be consistent citywide.
So the CDC is coming out?
That's correct. Yeah.
Very good.
All right, any other questions or comments?
Madam Chair?
Go ahead.
Thank you. I just wondered how your work will interact, if at all, with that that's being done right now by the rebranding committee and also the work that we've done in the tourism committee.
So that's one of the first things that we would do is get with city officials and kind of see what's going on right now. We don't want to recreate wheels, and we also kind of want to take the ideas that they have and start building on those. So that's kind of the first thing we as planners, we just collect all the information we can get so that we can get our hands on kind of what's happening as far as that side of it and make sure that we can incorporate that into into the comprehensive plan as a whole. Because the comprehensive plan really should be your vision for 15, 20 years down the line, and we want to make sure that the plans that we're doing now are going to get you to that goal.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions or comments? All right, Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Botel?
Yes.
Councilperson Lawson?
Yes.
Councilperson McCoy?
Yes.
Pro Tem Milner?
Yes.
Chair Miller Anderson?
Yes.
Motion approved.
All right, 12,
Thank you.
no,
Thank you.
13, discussion by city manager.
Madam Chair and members of the board, just a couple of quick announcements.
Thank you, Mr. Sutton.
Thank you, I'm sorry.
Sorry,
Wait,
Mr.
So
Evans.
we were supposed to congratulate him.
Yes, right.
Thank you
Congratulations,
so
Mr.
much.
Sutton.
Get out of here.
Thank you so much.
They
Sorry
were
about
nice
that,
to
Mr.
him, very, very nice to him tonight.
They get progressively more
He'll
challenging.
be back.
After probation, though.
Get to the 99 first.
Madam Chair and members of the board, first and foremost, I want to take time to thank the board for your support and continued guidance and leadership with regards to Reimagine Riviera Beach University. It was a success. We had an opportunity to unveil the city's first employment manual, as well as providing our tools, or our staff with the tools necessary to facilitate a successful and long and prosperous career here in the agency, as well as, setting the tone and the perspective as we move forward. So kudos to the team that worked alongside of administration, and certainly I would like to bring the team to a city council meeting to formally recognize them, from those that worked on the personnel manual to those that were working logistics, to making sure that there was food for our employees, and everyone from the payroll team or what have you. So it was an exceptional two-day conference. We split the workforce into 2 pods, and we're able to run our employees through a series of training sessions that allowed for us to really fellowship, but also focus on the task that lies ahead. So certainly excited for what the future holds for Riviera Beach. At this particular moment, there's a slew of events that are happening, and so I did want to take the time to mention some of the events, and not take away from any of the council members that will be mentioning their events. But we know that on Friday, we have the luxury of having one of Riviera Beach's own, Devin Hester, that's hosting the first annual Palm Beach Youth Football Classic, which unfortunately is not going to be held in our community. It's going to be at Palm Beach Gardens because the sod at Suncoast hadn't been installed. However, we will be looking to host this in subsequent years here in the great city of Riviera Beach, since Devin is from this community. And by the time I think we do host it, which will be next year, I'm pretty confident that he will be a Hall of Famer. So certainly excited to have him back in our community, and been working with staff to help facilitate this event. But it's a doubleheader. First game starts at 5, and then the culmination of the evening, where Devin's bringing his team from West Orlando to go against Royal Palm, is going to be at 7 p.m., and that's at Palm Beach Gardens High School. So please come out, participate, and support one of Riviera Beach's own, and thank you to the team for the coordination efforts with respect to that. The next event is Saturday, August 6th from 6 p.m., Jams After Dark at the Dan Calloway Amphitheater here in Riviera Beach. And unfortunately, Al B. Sure was not available, so, because I thought I was going to get an opportunity to introduce him, right? But we've got even better than that, Bobby Valentino, that will be performing, as well as Motown Magic. It's going to be a great event. It's one of our centennial activities, so please, encouraging the community to come out. Please bring non-perishable goods or a toy to donate, but it is free. Bring your own chair, and looking forward to a great night and great evening celebrating Riviera Beach, getting ready to turn 100. So those are the 2 events that we have going on, and we're looking to do subsequent events that really highlight our culture, as well as bringing the community together to fellowship. So with that being said, Madam Chair, that concludes my.
All right. Madam Attorney?
There's also a letter that was provided for you on the dais, and Yeah. There was a letter that was provided on the dais that the finance director needed you all to execute and then provide that. So I did want to make sure, if you do have that letter, that you can provide it to administration this evening or early tomorrow morning, because I need to definitely get that information to Mr. Sherman to close out the audit. The other side of it is also, I do want to let the board know that we will begin research associated with the redistricting process, and so I wanted to inform the board about that, and then there will be subsequent conversations that will happen in the future. So that is something that's being worked on.
Madam Chair, I have a question for Mr. Evans. I have a question for Mr. Evans.
Okay, go ahead.
The jazz thing on Saturday, I heard lately about the jazz on the beach that a lady of Frank's used to do. Any chance that we could revive that? Because everybody told me it was a fabulous, fabulous event.
So,
we ought to look at doing that again, I think.
So, Madam Chair, one of the things that we're going to be bringing back to the board is some conversations with regards to large-scale events and the events that would get regional and national attention, for that matter. And so we're working on some things conceptually that we want to get the board's opinion, but that's one of the things that we're looking to possibly bring back. So we will be having a more robust conversation with the board, and that's going to be part of your budget conversations as well.
Thank you.
All right, Madam Attorney?
No comments, Madam Chair. Thank you.
All right, Councilman Lawson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just want to announce this Saturday at 12 noon, we're going to be having Riviera Beach's Back to School Drive, hosted in partnership with, conjunction with Sincere 2000. It's a nonprofit organization that focuses on suicide prevention. That event will be from 12 to 5 on Saturday. There will be free book bags. I believe you have to register online at sincere2000.org or on Riviera Beach's website. So please, residents, attend. It will be a great event for families to come out and get resources from the county, from the city, local nonprofit organizations. So please come out and join us. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councilman McCoy?
Nothing, just ask Mr. Evans a question. So the jazz on the beach that I think
Miami Garden?
Botel referenced, where was that at? What beach was that? Singer Island?
That was here in Riviera Beach, I believe, yes.
I mean on our municipal beach.
That's correct.
Okay, I didn't know that. Okay.
That's it?
Pardon me?
Was that it?
Yeah.
Chair Pro Tem?
In preparation for my upcoming meeting with the residents of Inlet City and Riviera Beach Heights, I will take a tour this week with code enforcement for updates on each code issue in the areas of West 1st Street through West 10th Street. Over the next month, I will hold 2 book dedication ceremonies within my district to provide both fiction and nonfiction literature to our young residents who support them as they return to school. I'm looking for educators to assist us in decorating a set of bookshelves in a way comparable to the way that reading libraries within classrooms are set up, so I can provide our educators support for our students. The other issue is Mr. Ken Bowers is holding a back-to-school giveaway this Friday, August the 5th at Dyer Park at 9 a.m. There will be 1,000 backpacks available for students along with the picnic. Please come out if you are in need of resources. Thank you.
Councilwoman Botel?
Thank you. I have a couple of committee reports first. The Palm Beach County Intergovernmental Coordination meeting was held on July 29th. We discussed the housing plan bond, and the next meeting is on September 30th. Today we had an in-person meeting of the Tourism Committee at the Singer Island Marriott Resort. I wanted to thank all the staff members who attended either virtually or in person, and also to thank Roger Amadon for allowing us to have the meeting at his wonderful site. And just as a point of information, the annual spending by travelers to Palm Beach County in terms of tourism is more than $7 billion, and it generates more than $100 million in yearly tax revenues. Based upon current hotel inventory in Riviera Beach alone, it's estimated that tourism generates $183 million in direct economic impact to the city. That's over $501,000 every day to the city. So the work that we do in the Tourism Committee, I think, is really important to our economic survival. In terms of my own comments, I had word from Principal Clark at JFK yesterday, or the day before, that one of his assistant principals had been promoted, so it's going to be difficult for him to work on the JFK career carousel for the 8th graders. However, with the encouragement of the industry partners, that being Kaufman Lynn, Brown Electric, and MCO Construction, we're going to work on making it happen by using a different venue. I'm continuing to work with Palm Beach State College to bring college credit certificate programs to the city. We'll probably start those. We're planning them now. We'll start them in the spring semester. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I just wanted to add that the books for the Azure Estates and Brooks Center is actually September, and thanks to the CTA, which is the the Teachers Association for Palm Beach County, they were very instrumental in helping us to secure, I want to say about 10,000 books for the city of Riviera Beach and other areas in the county. But we're doing our book dedication next month, September, for Azure Estates and Brooks Center.
All right, Mayor?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Just want to give kudos to, I had the opportunity last week in the two-day conference. Kudos to Mr. Evans and the staff for putting that together. I'm glad to hear that it's going to be a yearly event. Also, if you missed the employee awards, you missed Book Eddie Green, who we had a ball with Saturday night. He really made us laugh. Also, Mr. Evans, I think that we can do a guest appearance Saturday for the Jazz After Dark. I think you could pull it off, man. I'll be sure looking like.
He'll be there.
Thank you.
Thanks. I want to piggyback on the Riviera Beach University. It was very nice. I was only able to come a little bit one of the days, but I thought it was a really good thing for the employees to be able to be provided with some professional development. So thank you to all of you that participated and made that happen. So did I hear we're not having a meeting next week because of the Florida League of Cities? Everybody's going to be gone?
That is correct, Madam Chair. There's no CRA meeting this next week.
Delegate person will be there?
Pardon?
The delegate will be there? I'm remembering the backup, so.
No, I'm going to be at that city council budget workshop that we just got an email about on the 11th.
On the 11th. What day is that? That's the same day we got a meeting?
That's next Thursday. I think that might have been an error.
Oh, you're right.
I think that was an error.
No, I don't think nobody thought about that back then when it was set.
It just came today, though. It came this afternoon.
No, I had it on my calendar from some time ago. That was one of the dates. I put it on my calendar a while back.
Okay. Yes, I will be there, by the way, Madam Chair.
Okay. So are we having that budget meeting on Thursday?
No, Madam Chair. The next
Okay.
budget workshop is the 18th. I'm trying to see where.
Yeah, it was, I wrote it at the very beginning when we
The 18th is my meeting with the Inlet City and Riviera Beach Harbor that has been scheduled for the last 4 months.
Excuse me, Madam Chair? Which meeting?
I said that my meeting with the residents in Inlet City and Riviera Beach Harbor is the August 18th.
Yeah.
That has been scheduled for a minute.
What is it?
It is a community meeting with the residents of 1st through 10th Street, Inlet Harbor, and Riviera Beach Heights. And it is a meeting in regards to that Brooks Center project that we're doing through the city, but we've scheduled that for a long time, Mr. Evans, so there's no way that I can meet that budget meeting on that day.
Madam Chair? Madam Chair? Mr. Evans, the 18th, that advertised date that was in our resolution, that we also set the maximum millage?
I didn't have anything for the 11th. It was the 18th I wrote it for. The 18th was the date, not the 11th.
Okay.
What popped up on for the 11th?
She sent us an email this afternoon. I think that might have been an error. But Mr. Evans, we had, last month, we had a resolution that we set our maximum millage rate, and it also set the first hearing date. Is that the 18th? Do you recall?
Madam Chair, if I may, those were the meeting dates in September, but the August dates have been secured for some time now. I think the original budget calendar that we did put out. But we did cancel the meeting on the 11th, as the board will be at Florida League of Cities. So I'm trying to find an email was there.
There's one, I wrote it down for the 18th and the 25th.
That is correct.
Right. Yeah, that was a part of the original dates that came out. All right, so
And-
back to my comments.
And Madam
Go
Chair,
ahead.
I too got a commitment on the 18th, so I won't be here.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
if it is the pleasure of the board, we can look to possibly move that if there's no conflicts, maybe on the Tuesday, the 16th.
But is that the date that's set that we have?
That's not the date that's set in the trim notice or what have you. We can change
16th
it.
is National Night Out, Ms. Evans.
Oh, yeah, sorry,
Yeah.
National Night Out.
You want to just send us the email?
Yeah, we can do,
Yeah.
yeah, I'll send out a doodle poll and we can pick.
Okay. All right, back to my comments. Hold on. Okay, so the Florida League of Cities, Mr. McClure will be there. And I just want to say congratulations. Best of luck to the teachers and students that are going back on next week. Yeah, it will have a wonderful year. Excited. That's it. Have a motion to adjourn?
Move to adjourn.